Hello everyone, and welcome back to session 38 of Whispers from the Infinity presents Echoes of the Forgotten. It's been a bit. It's been 3 weeks to a month since our last go at this game. 5 weeks, actually, now that I do math correctly. But we're back. We had a little bit of a Halloween break, but we're here now. There's my throat. One sec. I just saw the loss of my voice happen in a sentence. Inspiration tonight is given to Arkva, Christine, and Osiris. I think Darian's a little AFK for a second. No, he back? Alright. But we're missing an Osiris. He'll be back ASAP. Who knows when that will be. But with Darian here, I think we're ready to go into the game. So, lead us on with the recap, my friend.
Last time on Echoes, the Gatekeepers fought a sudden battle against bounty hunters who seemed almost as surprised as the party was to encounter each other on the road. The fight commenced and all but one of the bounty hunters were knocked out, their pockets rifled through and a few magic items confiscated. The final bounty hunter disappeared into the forest and who knows where they ended up. After loading the unconscious bounty hunters onto the merchant's wagon, they brought some items and left, continuing on their way. Discussions were made as information came to light. As they learned that Arky is no longer in Ghislaine, the caretaker is apparently running the show now, and so Osiris almost turned the party around, but they decided to continue on as Christine's mother still needed saving and the state of Selena's family is still mostly unknown. Messages galore were sent out. Nerisian, Clarence, Zerosh, Jake, and Arky were all informed of the situation. Help was acquired where possible, and more plans were made. And as they reached the shore, Landbridge ahead, and Tide's favor in sight, we continue on.
We start the session with a lot of you standing within maybe 100 feet of this queue, of the bridge. In front of you is a small queue of carriages and people trying to cross into Tide's favor. As per last time, you see 2 guards standing either side of the bridge, the one closest to the water, with a barrel next to him, with several flags wrapped and ready to use. Currently on the bridge is a single wagon with a pair of horsemen behind it, making their way towards you. The bridge much thinner than the last time you came here. Across the other way at the end of the bridge seems to have a similar setup for the guards in a queue of the same length. So, what are you doing?
Alright. I was going to suggest that maybe to make ourselves a little bit more inconspicuous. It seems kind of stupid, but if Osiris would take his hat off. Because, sure, there's not all that many turtleman in Ghislaine, but he's a turtleman with a hat with corks on, so it's kind of like a noticeable thing.
I mean, that's why we fashion random makeshift coats, cloaks.
Yeah, some just partial disguises were made to attempt to hide people. Xavier is wearing a cloak and has the crest on his shield covered up. Osiris is wearing a makeshift cloak as well, I believe. So are you, Arkva?
Yes, and braided.
Yeah, and Terra, I believe, looks like Selena, almost.
She looks like a human, but there's definitely notes very similar to Selena.
Is it like the picture you drew?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay then. Well, in that case, I guess if we're still on the road, I guess the best thing we could do is just keep our heads down and just not draw attention to ourselves.
When have we ever done that? Prior to meeting you all, I will have you know I was good at staying out of trouble.
Yeah, you proved very hard to find.
When we get to a safe place, we can stop. It's something I might like to do.
You said this bridge is 100 meters away?
Yeah, it's 100 feet, but there's a queue.
Right.
How far away is the queue?
100 feet. Saying like the end of the queue is like 100 feet from you guys.
Okay.
Also, we say bridge just to clarify. This is not an actual bridge. It is.
It's a land bridge.
Yeah, it's like a fjord. It's a strip of land that is about ankle deep in water, from one side to the other. It's a few hundred meters across from one end to the other, and is only wide enough at this point. It looks like for maybe like a wagon and some people walking alongside it.
So there's enough space, like we could go off to the side for a little while, just out of like out of sort of eye shot and earshot, where we could sort of get our bearings and maybe have a discussion?
Yeah, like the forest is still there. Like you guys have stepped. Let's just say you guys are at the edge of the forest at the moment. Where moving forward, you'd enter into like the lumber zone, where they've been chopped, where everything is chopped down. It's basically clear cut. But if you guys want to like do a few things, we can say that you're like just a little back in that like slightly covered area where you're not completely in the open yet.
I mean, that's up to everyone else, but I was just, yeah, like.
Well, our time is running a little short, is it not?
I'm going to suggest this. Even with this clock, and I point to the one I'm wearing, I stick up like a sore thumb. I don't think there's many hobgoblins anywhere. I don't think I have any makeup or any sort of disguise at all. Do
You
any
just
of
need
you?
to keep the cloak up.
I was going to suggest if anyone knows the spell invisibility.
Let me see if I can learn that. One moment.
Not prepared. I need something else anyway.
I'd like to say at the start of this day as well, I would have prepared a specific spell, but not that. It was something else I was thinking of.
Even if I could, I need to save the focus for something else.
Okay.
And I'm going to basically like my cloak is down. As I sort of pull it up, I want to also just basically prepare the casting of like an altar self, but hold it and not properly cast it until I get a bit closer. Just so that way I can benefit more from the full
Okay.
hour. But yeah, basically I want to get the majority of the castings where it's a bit more louder, a bit more obvious, just out the way here, and then hold that spell to then use later on.
Okay.
If that's the case, then
Mark off the spell.
I would, depending on how far we are from the start of the queue, I would like to cast See Invisibility to see if there's, any sort of other things apart from the guards on the side of the land bridge leading in.
Roll perception.
Yeah, as you're like waiting, there's probably about maybe 3 to 4 wagons ahead of you with accompanying like horsemen behind it, etc. They seem to only be having one group go at a time. With an 8, as you gaze out over the fjord, as you look around, you don't see anything that's been invisible.
How about the guards? Can I get a better look at them from this angle, or I just wanted to see if they're like stock standard guards or if they're actual military, properly trained
With
to
an
search or
with an 8, they seem to be, from the distance you are, they seem to be doing their jobs. They're waiting for the caravan to cross, and when it does, when it like makes its way, it goes to the other side of the road, you see semaphore is done. Well, this one pulls out like a green flag, two flags, indicating that they're sending someone over, and the first person in line, the first like group of people in line make their way across from your side.
You see, like when the next group then rolls to take their place, like the other guard walks over and chats to the driver, and then walks around and like has a look at the wagon and stuff. And given it's like almost completely full of lumber, it's not a lot for him to look at. But it's like they do a basic check over as well.
But fighting prowess, a perception won't really tell you that.
Could I, by chance, roll something like a history or something to see if I have any knowledge of like any sort of small fishing towns that are along the coast?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
either to the south or north.
You can roll history. You've studied Gislanian geography.
A lot of, not on this side, obviously, because of the forest, but there are a few fishing towns along the coastline of Gislane, a few to the north, but mostly in the south.
the biggest issue, like there are some to the northern and south, as AJ said. The biggest issue is the fact that Gislane's coastline is actually very rarely level.
Right, it's a cliff face. That's right.
Yeah, a vast majority of Gislane's coastline are like sheer cliffs and like rocks. So like the 3 cities that are along the coastline are the 3 largest accesses to bits of the ocean, and there are a few other like small towns, but because of the limited access, they're few and far between.
So there wouldn't be any that'd be like within distance that I could get to without like going.
It'd be like a day away to the nearest one.
Yeah.
One quick question as well, just sort of as like we can kind of roughly see like the guards looking over stuff. Do they look like they're casting any spells, like for identifying magic or detecting stuff?
Make a perception of your own.
Yep.
I'm gonna have a little look too. Can I? Is that something I can maybe help Christine with?
Yeah, you could do the help action to Christine if she wants to roll advantage, or you can roll your own one.
I might just roll my own one for now, just to see. So it makes no difference really.
Do I? Don't I? Do I? It's been a while, but no, I won't.
The two of you see is the one that's towards the coast, to the north, seems to be, like he's staying in his position next to the barrel. Obviously, he needs to be there for the flags. But the one that's closer to you guys is making their way towards each person, and at a distance, you can hear that they're genuinely chatting about things, but they don't seem to be casting anything with their magic. You can barely pick up what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's mainly just, alright, he's made, oh, you're back, how's this haul, etc. when he's talking like the lumberman. Come, you fucking farm cats.
I have an idea. It's not fantastic. I was wondering if you might be interested in hearing an alternative plan.
Is it?
Well, I have this cloak that I've never really used. Makes it so I can swim decently fast. I believe there's a fishing town about a day's journey from here. I could try to go it alone for a day, swim there, see if I can get a boat.
Can you even swim for a day?
I'm sure I could have short breaks, but the cloak of the manta ray, it makes it as, I believe, as easy as walking.
Is there any coast you can actually go along to break on instead of floating in the water? You're most likely going to just find cliff face when you need to rest.
Well, I do know where the town is. I can't drown with the cloak on. That's the only issue is sharks and whatnot. I just feel like we're walking into a possible trap here.
No matter what angle we take, we're walking into a trap. It's better to be together for that trap than to be separated.
I just wish if we had a boat, we could skip past a lot of this. But then it's finding a spot to dock it, but in the fishing town, and then we'd be past the land bridge. Otherwise, I do know how to cast invisibility. It's something that I could do tomorrow if we wanted to.
We could just make our presence known.
I feel like that would get us arrested, though.
I never said all of us.
What do you mean?
Well, say one of us gets the attention to one side, causes enough of a ruckus that everyone slips past and the other dives in.
With your perceptions, mainly
I didn't know if that was a
mainly Christine's, as you're looking around, you're discussing about a boat, you notice that the water here is pretty narrow, is pretty low tide. You can see the ground, so bringing a boat up might also cause attention to be drawn that way as well.
I'd definitely notify that.
It's like you wouldn't want to bring a boat to the land bridge. It would beach itself on the shallows. if you were to go and get a boat and somehow bring it back here, you'd probably have to then have the group move a few hours either to the north or south along the coast.
It seems like a lot of hard work. I think our best bet is I cast invisibility on Xavier, and we just walk through and just try to keep as inconspicuous as possible. I really don't think that we should. Like, I understand the whole draw attention, but that could be bad for whoever has to do that. She's like looking at Aqua.
To be honest, if they wanted to figure out where we were, all they need is one scrying spell.
As the conversation goes on, you see as the boat that was on this side has transitioned over, flags have been waved, and another one from that other side is being sent here.
Well, I can do invisibility, but I can only do it tomorrow. What do we want to do?
That makes everyone the most prepared.
Xavier?
I'd rather conserve resources to about it a pinch, but if it has to be tomorrow, then it has to be tomorrow.
We can risk it.
How many
It's just
guards
getting
actually
past-
like over there?
With both sides, there's a total of about 4.
Yeah, there's 2 on this side, you see 2 on the other side, and then there's about 50 or so feet or like between that guard and where the town seems to like actually start, and you don't know how many guards are in the town, so yeah.
Just curious.
Could you be able to remind me, Sam? Because I know we had this conversation the last proper session, but how many disguise like usages do you have at the moment?
None left.
None? Okay. Just want to double check. Yeah, Christina said
Although-
that she's willing to wait.
I'm very tempted to coat fucking Xavier in the torch's oil.
Is the oil like pitch black, or is it?
The oil's pitch. It's not oil. It's gunky tar.
Yeah. We could make ash.
Causing a fire this close?
Oh, we just, if like I said before, like is there like a place we can move out of the way to set up the tower and just without being conspicuous, or is this too close to the more dangerous part of the forest?
But like, as long as you're near the road, you're safe. You can go with like a little bit off the road, but like the tower is going to draw attention if you do set it up, because you cannot get far enough off the road that you would not be seen from the road, unless you want to risk being randomly teleported somewhere else in the forest. Like, you can basically only move about 15-20 feet off the road before you start entering the you're not safe anymore areas.
You can make a normal campsite relatively, like, hidden, but you'd probably have to do no fire. Yeah, but the tower would draw attention.
I feel like one day of just preparation might be a good idea, so then I could use invisibility and cast that on Xavier. Also,
Good
it'll
idea.
give us time to maybe have a little chat about the whole thing and figure out what we're actually planning on doing.
So, let's try the vote. Vote. Rest. Tick for rest. Cross for go now. Leave blank if you're undecided. There should only be 2 left unblanked. That looks like the majority anyway. With that, you will find a spot relatively hidden from the people, and you wait the rest of the day out. Take a long rest.
I before I was going to use a spell. I'm going to cast Sending
Okay.
to
Go ahead.
Aki, personally. And I'll just ask him, is there anything that we can do to help the royal family by going to Ghislaine? Or would there be nothing? Is there anything we could do to help the royal family in Ghislaine? Or would us going there just cause more problems?
You hear back. I have not been there for a month now. If Parnell is doing what he said, I do not believe you can help. I recommend leaving it alone.
And with my other spell slot, I will send back. Do you know if Nathaniel's okay?
It's not nice to say, but he would have been the first to be turned.
Say that she probably would have done this, like, sort of off on her own at first, but, like, depending on what the rest of the group are doing, she sort of moved towards everyone. I think that we should just go to Ghislaine to get your mother back. And then just get a boat to the Concordant.
What?
I think that this is just too big for us right now.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that trying to help the royal family from a coup that's been in the workings for God knows how long, it'll just get us killed or worse. But he would be distracted at the moment, you'd think. If he's more or less running the country, he's going to be
Wouldn't
at the
that be the
castle.
perfect time to at least do something?
He's going to be at the castle, and he's going to expect that I'll come back, and then you'll come back. But maybe he won't be at the care house. I
But
think
once we
that getting
attack
your
the
mother-
care house, that gets his attention.
and then he'll be on high alert. He's got a lot of friends. He wouldn't have been able to do this if he didn't have lots of contacts, lots of friends. If we go in there, I think it's just going to be worse.
You can see
We
that
would-
visibly Christine does not like that idea, but she doesn't say anything.
We would
You're
be
afraid
giving
of a little
him...
rebellion.
It's not that. I've known this man for a long time, but I don't know anything about him. He's always kept everything very close. And he has... most of the Smoke District love him. He has so many followers. It would be impossible to rise up against him. He's probably made them all believe that this is all for the best. He wouldn't have taken the place by force. This is purely political. I don't want to do this. This is the last thing I want to do, but he would kill us. He'd kill the people he couldn't use, and he would take the people he could use, and who knows what he'd do.
If we make one mistake in the care house alone, he'd still kill us. It makes no difference either way. No matter what we do, stepping 1 foot into the capital itself, we're dead if we do something wrong.
The Smokes is
Dead.
much higher chance of being able to hide. We can't just walk into the
We're
castle
wanted!
grounds. Yes, I know. That's why I say, go in there, get your mother, get to the Cartesian cordon, and just get out of here. If we can get to Telnerus and to Aki, maybe we can get the help from them, and this is something that we need a lot of people to help us with.
I feel like you've
Do.
overlooked one major detail so far. They
So-
likely already know we're coming.
I have a question for Kristen.
What?
The quest you've been given regarding your mother.
Next question.
Is it... No. Is the requirement that we get her out, or we get her cured? Because getting her out, I can fairly easily do.
I want her back, and don't you dare say another word. She stares like daggers at you.
I'm going to be fairly honest with you. She stands a much better chance in the hells than she does on the material plane. If it becomes too much of a liability, I have an oath to keep, and I will send her back, where she will probably
and
get
you will
the
take
help.
my mother away from me.
I'm not taking your mother away from you. I am taking your mother,
What would you call that then?
dismissing her from this plane, back to where she belongs, where she can get the help that she needs that we cannot provide.
And what if she doesn't?
Then that is all that needs to be done.
What?
Not our problem anymore.
What do you mean, not your problem?
Our problem. We have much bigger things to worry about than just your mother.
I've never had anything like a mother or a father. I've had Arky. He's a busy person, I couldn't really speak much of him, but you cannot expect me to let you do that.
I'm not saying I want to. I'm saying I've sworn to. And if it's the fastest way to ensure that she is out, and we can get out and make a clean getaway, I will do it.
Hang on, isn't Christine's mum just a tiefling?
No.
This is out of character.
No one actually knows that.
That has not been revealed.
I just assume that she's a tiefling, so like. So I'm
Yeah, no one actually knows that part.
I'm assuming she's just a tiefling. What do you mean?
From the impression I've gotten of her grandmother, they are a fiend. And there's a very easy way of getting a fiend out of the prime material plane.
Well,
Oh, so you've talked to her, have you?
No, but from what you spoke of and made a deal with, which I will have a talk to everyone about soon enough, we get rid of them on this plane, they go back to where they belong.
And if that doesn't work, Xavier,
No, it works.
Xavier, this is.
You ever wonder why elementals don't stick around when you kill them?
Xavier, you're borderline being racist at this point.
How am I being
You don't know
racist?
if she's a fiend. She could just be a tiefling.
If she's a tiefling, then fine, we'll get her out.
Then let's just not jump to conclusions, shall we?
It's not jumping to conclusions. It is being cautious.
all I will make clear then, Xavier, is if you do choose to take such an action, I'm not going to stand in the way of Christine there.
I don't expect you
Standing in the way of that. I will not let that happen.
For now, how about we just figure out our plan in the morning, one thing at a time, and then, once we get there, if she is capable of speech of some kind, she can tell us what she is, and then we can get out with another ally, potentially. The less people we have in this world hating us right now, the better.
Exactly.
Your heart might be full of hatred right now. Mine probably is too. But I'm sure as hell not going to let it slow me down on trying to stay alive.
So our plan in invisibility. We get through this land bridge. We just hope for the best. As soon as we can get to an area where we're not on the main thoroughfare, I say we move off it as quickly as we can. But my mind is made up.
Do any of you have a good idea of what Ghislaine looks like? I mean, I know you two probably do,
Not really.
but... So you're not very...
I didn't get out very much.
Cyrus.
And Christine? Okay.
Cyrus raises his hand and basically explains that he hasn't really spent super long. Like, he spent a good decent amount of time in Ghislaine, but he really only knows about the educational district and the market ring, and like a path through the smoke. But that's it. Like, he's not really traversed much in Ghislaine to give a detailed explanation, but he can like label the different districts of the city, sort of deal.
Well, the market district will probably have the most guards, generally speaking. Education district might be a bit more guarded.
No.
Like we need to go
They're going to be heavily guarded around that area as well.
heavily.
The academy is
It is a massive seat of power.
it's important.
I
Aki
imagine
was the
most
one
of the
who ran
teachers
it.
would have been turned or worse.
So
Aki had to flee. That place is probably one of the most unsafe areas.
I'd say he's taken full control of the city. The places that would be the most dangerous to go to would be the upper area. The smokes tend to get forgotten, and
Depending who you are, sometimes the most dangerous ones are the safest.
maybe not in broad
This-
daylight.
this caretaker fellow, where did he rise to power from?
He's been around for as long as I can remember. He's always been the caretaker, but he has a lot of political influence.
Those who are from Ghislaine who want to roll a history check can.
I doubt he'd have any link to churches, so I won't even ask.
I'm going to fail because I doubt no one tells me about
Oh
him.
my god, all I know is that he goes to bowls sometimes. And
No.
He,
No one probably would have told me anything
with the
about him.
6, he's considered nobility, but like his main establishment is in the smoke. Like, he's considered a very proficient mage. Osiris pings up that he can cast 9th level magic. But other than that, you don't really know much about the man.
I do know that he's very loved by
Yeah.
the smokes. That's sort of something that everyone kind of knows.
Okay, so this smoke district, what's this?
The smoke district is pretty much, as awful as it sounds, it's where the non-magic people live who aren't rich enough to be able to get out of Ghislaine and go anywhere but there.
Is that where his base of operations is?
It's where the care house is, yes. It's always
Okay,
been known
so
as a
we
place
can-
where the sick go, but we think it might have other purposes.
If we operate on the basis that everything is now 10 times harder, the guard has been upped by 10 times, I'd say that the smoke district will be upped about maybe 20-30 times more,
Also, it's called the
considering
smoke.
that stronghold.
It's also called the smoke district for a reason. There's a lot of magic downpour that sort of fills the air. It's tolerable for a while, but it can weaken the constitution if you're there too long. A lot of people get sick from it. Another one of the reasons why Ghislaine's kind of failing the people.
Would this be illness, or would this be...
It causes the disease called smoke lung. And he's been known to help people with smoke lung. So the smokes love him, which means that he has a lot of followers there. Which means we need
That
to
is
be
the most
very
dangerous
careful.
place to go.
It is not the most dangerous place because the people won't recognize us for the most part, if we can play it safe. His followers, his true followers, will be up in the magic court. But the smokes.
would-
They're just simple people.
If that is true, I would also put forth the argument of, since his base of operations there, he would want that to be heavily guarded.
I
That
believe
and
his
that
new base of
entire area.
operation will be the castle.
The castles are always guarded. It's fairly easy to maintain that sort of power. With the bounties that are on our heads now, that is accounting for the 10 times harder.
So you believe we should maybe stay out of the city, set up a base somewhere outside?
That would be best.
We have to
If
get
we
through
had
the
an
merchant
inside
thing.
man, it'd be easier.
Do I know that Neresian's sort of someone we've contacted?
Yeah. Osiris has also said that he's got allies within the city and he's given them a location for you guys to meet up in.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Osiris
Underhead.
has set us up with that, which is fantastic. So hopefully we can make contact with them and they can smuggle us in. If we have somewhere to stay, it will be fine. It's just getting in is going to be the hard part.
Does anyone have a map?
Someone has a map.
Christine
You pull
probably
out the map.
has a map.
I'd say Christine probably would.
A map of
Yeah,
the
map of-
city?
No.
No, no one has a map of the city. You have a map of
No,
The map of the
Okay.
country.
I probably have a bit of like stuff on Gizling, because one of my main subjects was like yeah, fuck, what's the word? Geography. Yeah, that's it. So like, I remember I was doing big things on that, plus a few other areas.
Do you have your notebooks from school? Would that be one that you've taken?
I think technically yes, because I took them from the beginning, and I never really like had time to unpack anything when I got there. Like,
Alright, I'd say you've got a rudimentary self-made map of the city. Doesn't cover much of the specifics,
it would
but
never
it
cover anything.
shows the general layout.
It probably wouldn't be a map per se, but it'd probably be like a rough, like, general drawing with a huge, like, descriptor box of, like, things. No, not detailed, but just enough. But it wouldn't be anywhere near close to a map, I'd say.
Could I make some sort of investigation based on this map? Could I make some sort of investigation check to see if there's a possible infiltration route that we could take based on my knowledge as a soldier that was known for pillaging and stealing
So
and doing a lot of bad things?
I understand what you're asking for, but this is
Yep.
a map made by a kid in school. This doesn't have defensive layouts, doesn't have guard routes, doesn't have
Nope.
even key structures or buildings.
Nope.
You see rings that are labeled different areas. Like you see the two hills that are both like got rings on them that are both labeled Spark, and
Finally
the smaller
marked out and
rings that are
drawn.
labeled. Yeah, and then like one big ring that goes across the whole thing that's labeled the smoke, and then
Please tell me there's doodles in the corner. Just like random like squiggles.
No.
the one S, the S in every school book ever.
No.
Yes.
No.
She's a good
Damn it.
student.
So
She
I would
is
say if you
not the kind of
had,
person to do that.
if you had a regular map, or even like, you could make some check with a hard as heck roll, but this is like someone who made a basic map for a homework
A school
piece.
project?
Yeah, not even a school project because it's like a minor like. Low
Yeah,
detail.
it's like low district. It's a lot of paragraphs about like the history of like why this section is called this. What's here about it exactly? It's not really a strategically. There's battlements across these walls. No, it's like in 1952, George Thomas made Thomas Park.
I left before making that test as well. Probably failed it.
Okay. Thank this.
It's not a fail if you never return to find out
Yeah.
the result.
Do I skip a year now?
I hand it back and like, honestly, I don't mean to besmirch your skill, but I need something with actual landmarks, walls, elevation, before I can start planning or helping to plan a infiltration possible.
If we can
Smash
make
and grab.
contact with Osiris's contacts before we get to Gizlane, say on the outskirts, they can smuggle us in, and then they can give us a map, and then we can have a bit of information of which ways to go and how how to infiltrate where.
Cyrus.
That's
How do we
my
know
hope.
that these contacts of Osiris's? Not saying I don't trust him.
Well, I do
But-
know one of them.
What's to say they won't sell us out?
He wouldn't.
They're deal makers. They keep their word.
The ones that I've talked to, they helped me with the thing that I wanted to do, and I trust them.
Mardo
Yeah,
was one
who's
of them, correct?
AJB?
Hmm? Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Oh, right, of course.
Mardo was one of them,
No.
correct?
No.
No? Was he not? I
No,
thought he had like ties to
Eurasian
it.
one, isn't he?
Oh, you mean ties to the same
Yeah,
organization?
he
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Mardo's that, but last thing you know, Mardo is a statue.
Oh,
No,
boy.
but he was like a part of that sort of stuff, is what I mean.
Yeah.
I
Like
he,
oh, do I
he
know
wouldn't
that or
have
no?
mentioned it, but he
Cool,
he
alright,
looks
cool then.
as like these are people I can trust. Also, not to be a little of a buzzkill, Selena, but the closer we get to the city, the less likely we're able to make contact within it.
I completely forgot about that. Okay. Did you
Christine
have some kind of
and
plan that
Selena.
you worked out with them?
There's only so much you can say in 25 words. We might just have to sneak our way into the smoke the best we can. That's where the Thunderhead is.
Would the two of you be aware of any underpassages?
Like I said, I went through the smoke once, and that was leaving in Ghislaine.
Is there a sewer system?
In the upper
Of
city,
course there'd be a sewer system.
and the market ring. Not really one that leads to the smokes.
So there's one in the market ring, you said.
Yeah, but
That one also lead
Yeah.
to where your mother being not where your mother's being held.
Last I checked, it wasn't called the smoke.
The smokes don't have a sewer system, as far as I know.
It was worth asking.
But the market ring would have one, so we could get partway through there, perhaps. Maybe we can find a small town on the way. No, I won't have a sneaky map. We could get one in the merchant ring if one of us goes through who's less conspicuous.
We likely have to pass through a few towns before the main city, do we not?
There's only little towns.
There's few little establishments along
Highly doubt
roads.
they'd
No,
have a map.
there's no real town or anything. It's just little settlements, almost, just here and there.
Odds
We'll
are they'd
likely
have
cross
some
places to
information.
rest.
One of our less conspicuous party members could go in, buy a map in the merchant ring, and then come back.
I've never been seen before.
There we go. The person who can pretty much turn into anything she wants.
Either way, I'm gonna go on
I
watch.
have a spell.
Okay, I'll take late night. Is there anything else that we needed to discuss?
well,
Yes.
Yes?
I think I mentioned this earlier, but if
On second thought, I think I might go on watch with the cat, and she'll stand up.
if anyone is planning on making any sort of deals with any extra plane entities, or if they are already doing so, please raise your hand right now.
I wouldn't say
You would've
making a deal.
You would have been great to have around when Court died. You would have been able to stop everything that happened after that, wouldn't you? And she walks away.
Xavier, what brings this on?
Yes, just needed to enlighten people of the many dangers of, they have their own agendas.
I didn't get a choice in it. This is just who I am.
And then, do you know the nature of this entity?
Believe celestial? I mean, I do sprout wings.
Do they have a name?
They did give me their name. One moment. Damn it, I need to find the pinned document. When did they...
as they're searching for a name, I'll quickly jump in. Your long rest will end around 10 p.m. on the same day because you broke off around like midday.
Yeah.
That's actually really handy. So we don't need to do late night ones. We just do normal watches.
But as you those who are on watch will just quickly go ahead. Instead of flags at this point, the guards are still there. There seems to be like lit torches, and instead of flags, there seems to be different color lanterns with different color flames in place for semaphore.
Nighttime would make it easier to move through.
It would. I don't remember how to pronounce this, but it's illiqui texture. Was it illiqui texture?
Ilcatesta.
I-L-L-E space
Type it out.
U-I. Okay, hang on. I'll just type it
You
into
can
the chat.
control C.
That'd be
Control
best.
D.
Miss anything?
Talks. I spoke for you on a couple of accounts. Basically, just said that you trust Clarence, that they won't betray you, and that
I am now more valuable to them alive.
that you know sort of some of the structure of Gizland, but not all of it. Considering you spend a lot of your time in the market ring and the educational section, and that the closer you get to the city, the harder it is to talk to people within it.
I did ask this earlier, but you probably didn't see it. Is Gearslane a tourist hub?
Not really.
That's really true. It's like I wouldn't call it a tourist hub. There are travelers who go to Gizlane because obviously with the academy and stuff, there are people who are like, I am magic and have money. Let me look at what you've written. And there is the Bard College. People go there and then people like leave. But due to the kind of like industrial nature of Gizlane with the arcanists that work there and stuff like that, and the literal ring of smog that surrounds the city, it's not a particularly well-trafficked tourist location.
Oh yeah.
People are
everyone
more
wants the
likely-
tourist attraction of like.
So what you're telling me is that
Black
there
Hole.
is no tourism, therefore no tourism pamphlet, therefore no tourism pamphlet map on the back.
Nah.
No.
No.
More likely, you would be finding if you're finding tourists, they'd be going
That's
to
what I was fishing
more
for.
Tempest Bay, because that's where it's like, oh, come and stand over the cliffs, and look down at the fireworks.
Look at all the
and storm.
fireworks.
Like one day you might see one of the Stormcaller ships come in, or maybe they'll leave. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be so cool to see that
but-
though.
Yeah, it leaves completely cool looking and comes back like a wrecked piece of
The-
shit.
There might be. It's been a while since you've been like they might have like done that for like the Spark the Spark district because it's well kept and people like it, but not for the general city. Like the Hollywood Walk of Fame's like you want to go see your favorite lords and ladies' houses? Here you go.
And here is the noble house of
Now,
X,
I'm
Y, and
thinking
Z.
of a double-decker carriage that just goes in between the Bard College,
The school.
Mages College, and probably past like.
And
4
here's the castle. We can't go to the castle.
If you look out the left side of the wagon, you'll see the home of Lord Vularm. They were well known for using abjuration magic to avoid having to pay alimony.
Also, if you go on that double-decker bus, you're only allowed to have magic because it goes to
Of course,
the Spark district and no magic people.
But yeah.
Only magic people are allowed.
No magic.
But we'll jump back in after that little bit of a note that it is like you finish your rest, you'll still be the same day, just later at night, and that they've got torches and lanterns instead of flags.
Yeah, as I was saying to Dimitri, it's pronounced illiqui texture. It's long-winded, I know.
Can I make a religion check on that? See if I'm familiar
With disadvantage, you
Sure.
can do whatever you want.
Fuck yeah, I'll do that.
Roll initiative at disadvantage.
Do that one.
16!
You actually have heard of different forms of celestials. You've studied them up, but given your specific area of expertise is fuck the outer planar, they suck ass. You have read about specific types of celestials and whatnot. You do know that it is a celestial that is governed. It's under what used to be the pantheon of Praetus, which was the god of magic. Priestess, that was the god of magic. As the god is no longer around, what with being dead and all, there isn't a lot of information about them after the cataclysm because they don't have as much direction. You also know they don't have physical forms, as they seem to be like kind of like living manifestations of magic itself. But just because they don't have physical forms doesn't mean they can't interact with the world physically. If one is summoned.
Don't exist doesn't mean they can't hurt you.
Yep.
Okay, so you've got a seems like you've got a formless celestial on your hands. Used to be a handmaiden or something. I don't know.
I believe he's technically my father.
Well, that explains stuff.
That sounds like a play. I think it was a part of my early years of Bard College.
That sounds about right.
It was called Wars in the Stars.
Okay. Anybody else have any dealings with any extraplanar deities? Or
Cyrus raises his hand.
Yes, which one?
The god of knowledge.
Ah, okay. They're very selfish, aren't they?
Well, depends on your perspective, really.
I can understand why, but at the same time, hoarding knowledge and not sharing it with others in general.
But she does share it. I have access to it. That sounds like sharing to me.
Sharing to a select few.
That's how all governments work. There is nothing anyone can do to stop that because knowledge is power.
And it's not inherently
you don't want that power
extraplanar.
Bad hands.
Anybody else I should know about from the
Harold puts
hells?
a hand up like an excited child.
Yep.
I was raised by a summer fae.
Summer Fae.
Oh?
What? One moment.
If some are Fae, what are the others?
Summer Fae.
Disadvantage.
Xavier just turns around. Bites into his arm, screams, muffled. Summer Fae.
He was like,
Oh.
This group's getting more and more interesting every day.
That's good. That's bad. That's bad. That's no.
Even though I moved away, do I overhear that?
You're bad.
It's entirely up to you, Christine, if you want to hear. It's not like they're whispering.
Okay, I'm gonna overhear that.
You don't understand, Terra.
Xavier.
Fae are fickle.
Xavier.
You could tell them it's Tuesday,
Xavier.
and they turn you into a cat and fling you off a cliff.
She just said she was raised by. I don't think you really get the choice who raises you. I'm
I'll
sure.
make I think it's a nature check against technically what Xavier is.
Yeah, you sure?
I know I'm a Fae.
Go ahead.
I'm a Fae.
Did you want me to use the disadvantage on that one then?
I would say that honestly it would be disadvantage because hobgoblins as a whole aren't widely known. If you didn't have access to the Athenium, which you go to pretty often, you wouldn't even have a chance to roll.
Nature or history in that case? Or...
Probably nature still.
Okay.
Arcana.
That's fine. I'm half proficient in at least everything.
No, go ahead.
I'm half good at everything.
That's
a shame.
Drop that.
You do have
Unfortunately-
inspiration. No, you don't.
It wouldn't matter. Unfortunate case of there's so little information on hobgoblins because it's like anything. There was stuff like, oh yeah, hobgoblins used to trade. there's some words that apparently they used to, like back before the Feywild and Shadowfell became all fuckety and hard to deal with. There were sightings of hobgoblins in the Feywild stuff, but nothing really concrete. And then for the last 100 or so years, there's like literally no information out of the
Spear.
out of the territory owned by the Scarlet Spear, which is all of the hobgoblin territory. So nothing recent enough to be concrete information.
It was literally just to go, hang on, aren't you a Fae?
I know
Never
I'm
mind.
part Fey-ish, don't I?
Honestly, probably not. The hobgoblin blood has been diluted a lot after transitioning from the Prime Material.
It's like elves. Like elves used to be technically Eladrin, and they came from the Feywild into the Trimaterial, and then they were just slowly, like the bloodline separated, and now really elves are not Fey creatures. It's like, well, technically hobgoblins are still considered Fey. It's the same situation where like a majority of hobgoblins don't live in the Feywild, and every hobgoblin you've ever met is not really like not a Feywild.
Yeah, and this is probably just out of game, but there probably are hobgoblins in the Feywild, and they'd be vastly different to the hobgoblins that you know.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between, okay, yeah, I'm a little bit Fae, and my creature type is Fae.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me. If they raised you and you're alive, it's pretty good, Terra. I'm just gonna say, but let me. I'm not saying this particular summer fair is bad, but let me explain to you the nature of the fair. They are fickle.
I don't want to listen.
Okay, you cannot listen, but I'm letting you know they're very dangerous. Let's just say that they're very bad, very bad. Like you could
Fingers
tell
are
them.
curious and just looks at him nodding, clearly
I
not
can-
taking anything that he's saying in.
You
I can
could.
definitely hear this conversation clearly, right?
Oh yeah.
Then
He's
yeah,
been quiet.
we'll say back, Xavier, your power comes from a false god. You literally have a connection. My power comes from the god of balance.
True. Let me educate people, please. Motorel. 'Cause it's very important that when dealing with Fae, you don't promise anything. You don't argue. You do not play any sort of game with them.
We played so many games growing up. I was a very argumentative child, apparently.
Did you win a lot?
Sometimes.
That explains a lot. I'm surprised that you're still a humanoid, to be honest.
It's the squiggles.
Squiggles?
Yeah, Mr.
Xavier.
Squiggles. You've met Mr. Squiggles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you only following us because you're escorting Apu, or is there other reasons?
1 second.
Mainly the latter.
Inside
the
check.
former.
Yeah, I was gonna
Do you
say.
feel that
I
once
also
this task is done, you'll cut your losses and leave?
No.
I'm not saying that I want you to. I'm just saying that if you're not happy traveling with us ragtag people, you don't have to.
Okay.
What's the it's?
No one's making you except for your job. And honestly, we did a pretty bang up job of that, so maybe if you don't want to be here, you just go back to your bosses.
I'd say we all came back alive, but one of us came back to being alive. But we all came back alive.
I'd say with those.
No, what? Yeah, what's the specificity of these insights? Are you just trying to see what?
If he like falters when an ulterior motive is
Okay.
posed.
Mainly that, but also especially like when he's like, no, yeah, like the pulse won't be here, blah blah blah. Like, is there anything behind that? Like, does he actually mean that? Like,
he is a hobgoblin after
Okay.
all.
there's a part of
Okay.
that.
Okay. Osiris, um, you know Xavier. Mainly, most of the time, he's rather tries to keep a very calm demeanor. But you
Really?
you see for the first time how far the depths of his paranoia go, and how frail his mind is at this moment, and he is very well not rationalizing things clearly, even though he's trying to, and trying to explain. But
Man, should've
you
picked up
do
Toy
sense that he
Fortress.
wants to stay because he has nowhere else to go. Christine, you'd be able to gather that the reason that he would want to stay is that despite him continually saying to you guys, leave Zul to me, he needs to take care of Zul, he knows he can't do it alone. He might say he has to do it alone, but he knows he can't do it alone. And he stands a better chance with a lot more people than just himself. And you guys are a means to that end, and he will try his very best to keep you guys alive. And he cares for you like the family that he never got the chance to raise.
Well, your family did kind of die once to someone else's hands.
And so he's being very concerned by the nature of people making deals willy-nilly to the point where they might have inadvertently sold their souls to a being, and he has to find a way to make sure you get out on top, you guys stay with control of your own bodies, because he doesn't want you to do what his past was, which was selling his soul to kill at someone else's behest and just do all these bad things.
Basically, in a TLDR, he cares about the group. He cares about the group. He's mainly concerned about them due to his own paranoia, and that's it.
But it still doesn't mean
Yeah.
to an end in a way.
I'm not gonna roll insight because Selena's kind of just banking on that, like, Xavier will be honest and actually tell her what's going on.
Harry's just not smart enough to.
Terra's not
She's
listening.
looking directly at you, like, with
I thought Terra wasn't
very-
listening, that's why she does.
She started listening when you mentioned games and stuff because she remembers
Yeah.
playing lots of fun games.
Selena's looking directly at Xavier with, like, genuinely, like, she's just being open with you and kind of, like, a little concerned.
Let me put it to you like this. Selena, if I could live, I'd still choose to stay. Because the people who I thought were family have just put a bounty on my head.
First time?
I'm sure that was under the gavels, but we'll fix it.
Shaking your worldview.
It might take a while, but we can fix it.
It's going to take a long while.
Well, I guess we all have to wait for things to be fixed. I think I'm going to rest for a while. I'll also point out to Jeremy as well, since he wasn't there. Basically, Selena said that she wants them to just go to Ghislaine to save Christine's mum, but just not to try and get involved with the royal family stuff.
Okay, sorry if I'm seeing judgmental about these dealings with other beings. I know I'm guilty I'm worshipping someone who I don't even think cares about me. And I'm praying for answers and I'm not getting them. And I'm trying to find them and I don't know where to look. At this point, I'm not even sure if my magic's coming from them.
Have you thought about maybe changing what you're asking? Like maybe you're asking the wrong questions. It's more than likely not a matter of doesn't care about me, because that's not why you're there or why you're involved with them.
What be the case? Dabros is the god of truth and self-discovery.
Yeah, I remember him being the god of, oh yeah, nah, that's right, I've got to help Xavier out. You can't really force a god into your own purview. Like, I'm slowly starting to learn that my god is, I should be less hostile for the way she acts, because that's who she is, and I'm in no position to force somebody to change who doesn't want to.
Lord, I don't know what to ask.
And you may never know, but the journey to eventually, potentially find out could be a worthwhile one. And isn't that what religion's about? I don't know. I think I sort of cheated the God thing.
I don't even know what religion is. I literally was introduced to it after, starvation. And then people took me in, said I heard the voice of Tabris. They trained me, and now they've gone and stabbed me in the back and labeled me a traitor. So
perhaps stop using it as a crutch then. Start using it as an incentive.
Incentive to what end? I don't understand.
Whatever you end up finding, you can't foresee it for now. You're gonna have it's a look back on the situation moment. It's not a forethought moment, which probably drives your looks over your face, anxiety up the wall, but that's more than likely what it's gonna have to be. You'll know when you get there. And I know that sounds corny, cheesy, whatever, but sometimes it's true.
With that, no,
Like,
go on.
No,
No, go on.
go ahead. I'm done.
Right.
Just seems like I'm us. Just seems like I'm looking and looking and looking. It's not even the slightest hint of where to look. And all these other gods seem like they have an agenda and they know what they want. But this one that's taken somewhat of an interest in me, I'm not sure he's the one that's actually taken an interest in me and giving me my magic. It's
Perhaps that's
everything
the test.
else is very confusing.
Well, nevertheless, only time will tell. It's not something you can force. It's not something you can summon, so to speak. It's just something. I mean, you deal with things not from this plane. You should know better than any of us.
I should, but I don't. This is getting too confusing and headachy. I'm just going to sit down and relax.
As we
With that,
with that, we jump to the other two who I know wanted a scene. as we pan over to Christine and Arkva as you're sitting here as dusk is settling at this point. You're watching.
I imagine it's quiet for the first like 20.
Yeah, you watch as like there's a pause in all traffic. There's probably like maybe 2 wagons left as it's getting this dark, but there's a pause as the guards that were here crossing over with 2 guards that are coming from the other side, and yeah, it's just rotation time.
I swear, the things he says sometimes.
Who, the believer of a false god?
Sure, that one.
I assumed you joined me for more than just a company.
She pauses for a moment. Why are you still willing to help me?
I know what
Up
it's
there.
like to be... I know what it's like to feel a lot of emotion. There are people even I couldn't save.
I hated when you came back. I pushed you away from when you left us in Gipshu. I gave no room for you to come back. Yet still... Why?
Why I came back?
Why? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't make sense. Surely you'd hate me, right?
I suppose those are the words you're looking for. I hate many things, but you surprisingly aren't one of them. I'm angry, don't misunderstand that. Hell, the temptation to just deck you right now is there. But I have much bigger things to worry about in this world. Much more people. And people I care about far more. This group, I don't know fully if you'll all accept me by the end of it all. But much like many of us, we are much like the rest of you, trying to find answers to things that we can't answer ourselves. As for why I'm helping you, as for why I never gave you that option as to whether I came back. To be fair, you probably never could have kept me out even if you wanted to. So, I'm
Probably,
gonna
like-
that question and turn the question on you. Why did you stay when I came back? Was it for Selena? Was it for yourself? Was it for your family?
I'm not gonna end up with a family in the end. I don't know. I believed, I hoped that something could be salvaged from this, but I'm afraid to. Every step has ups and then worse downs. Any belief I have crushed, any hope diminished. I still want to believe there is something there to salvage. And I'm at the brink. I feel lost. I feel confused. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. She sort of sits down from where she was standing. There honestly really is nothing for me at this moment. That's why I'm here.
Arthur will actually give a slight... I don't know how easily you could see it from where you're sitting, but he gives that slight sort of cat-like smile.
I don't know what would happen or what I would do if there was an option. People always say I have things I can do, places to go, but it doesn't seem like that's the case with how everything's going. All paths lead to the same end, no matter how hard I try to look for a different one. That's why I get angry. That's why I get very pushy. I'm sorry.
Just sounds to me like you're fighting yourself like a foolish person.
She kind of doesn't really reply to that, but you can see her kind of look down more
Right
like
now.
as you said that.
Right now, Christine, you are reminding me heavily of the exact reason I threw Selena in the water back in... was that Telnorus?
Ilua?
I think it was Telnorus.
Yeah, it was still in the roost.
Did I ever explain properly to the rest of you why I did that?
I don't believe so, no.
I did it because she was going on about ideologies about being trapped in her own fate. The same applies to you. You aren't trapped by fate, you decide your fate. We will all end up in the same place eventually, there is no doubt about that. But I'm sure as hell gonna go out with the answers I desire. Then if I can't get those answers, then I'm gonna help someone else get theirs.
What if you already have the answers in front of you and you know you can't pass it? You can't do anything about it.
Punch harder.
Slight smirk.
And if you can't punch harder, then punch smarter, or later. You find some way that your punch will pierce a wall. Nothing is unbreakable. Spirits especially. The very first church I ever burnt down, after the incident with, well, where else? Taught. There was a group of hunters that I found beneath the church. In fact, you have seen the very cell that they were trapped in. They're out there alive and free now, and in fact they were innocent. But they were going to be executed by the gods that we were meant to trust. The gods that Savio, myself, were both taught to believe in. And since then I have decided that I want to study and learn why each godhood, priest, temple, whatever term you use, I want to know what tenets these acolytes follow, and do they follow them? I can't say I follow a god at this point other than myself, but I also don't view myself as a god. All I'm trying to get through your head there is that there are still options for you. You just don't see them. I don't see them either, just to be clear.
It's like a brief pause, like as she sort of lifts her head up on hearing that and turns to you. You can see that she's like listening as intently as she can. And then just like sort of near the end of it, you just sort of see like a bit of the shadow of like kind of the stone sort of face that she was like putting on just crack a bit.
Before you say another word, I would actually request you go get some rest. But there is one thing I'd like you to think on. If it comes down to it, I will burn that damn city to the ground if we need to get someone out alive.
He smiles. So, I feel pathetic, apologizing, knowing that it's not going to make a difference, change anything. I'm so sorry. I called you the hypocrite when I myself was one instead. I pushed you away, saying all these mean things about you, that you were unredeemable, when I was the one who did something worse. I wish I could just take that all back, what I did to him.
Then what's stopping you?
He'll... He won't want to talk to me, there's no way.
I'm meaning, what's stopping you from forgiving yourself first? You can never expect forgiveness from someone else if you can't forgive yourself. You might call that religious, fufa, or whatever term the youngins use these days. I'm simply just trying to tell you the hard reality of what life can be like. Every priest I have killed, I carry them with me. Not
Okay.
literally, that would be stupid.
And rather heavy, I imagine.
How do you hold on to it?
They're making sure to hear out their last words, to know why they did it. And then putting them to a fate that they need. I make sure I understood who they were. I make sure that their families were compensated in some way. Maybe it's not the peace that those families needed, but they at least got something.
My head kind of like sort of moves back down on a bit of an angle, just trying to think upon what you said.
Truth be told, I don't have all the answers for anyone. Quite frankly, out of everyone in this group, the hardest one I think to ever get through to will be the goddamn red skin freak back there. I assume he's asleep, but or resting. All the same, I assume he even means well towards you too. I assume everyone here does. We all agreed to go in. We all have our reasons. But your reason is to go in there to save your family.
Yes.
Not a single person wants something in return here. We want to help you. Maybe saving your family, getting out, and getting to a place where you can have a heart-to-heart talk with them. It might open up your own eyes. Age is something that gives a lot of wisdom, I've noticed. Not always the smartest wisdom, but wisdom. And if we can't get them out of there because they choose not to come, I would hope that you can respect something like that.
I wouldn't even know what to do if that was the case. I don't think I'm strong enough to know what answer may be at the end of this path. I don't know if I could take anything other than what I want.
I'm just trying to think. You said there's no stars in this world, is
Very
there?
few.
There's less.
Very few.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, I will look to the sky as sort of dusk as, the sun's settling.
You see the 3 constellations that exist.
I wish I knew the name of them.
Wait, we have these written down.
No, I'm saying I wish Akma knew the name of them.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't study astrology.
It's
The
that
big
stuff.
flappy dog one, Chicken Man, and
The slightly bigger orange one.
Fish.
Is it cloudy at dusk here?
No, honestly, it's pretty, clear.
Not even like a stray cloud here or there?
It's
Yeah.
probably summer, so it's not like completely clear. This is the latter half
Yeah.
of summer. So summer's over.
It's the start of spring. Start
Yeah,
of
it's
fall.
over.
Just curious
There's
if
a
there's
few
any
clouds.
clouds at all, yeah. That cloud there. It looks promising.
In what way?
It looks like a duck.
Quack, quack, quack.
You ever eaten a duck, Christine?
I don't believe so.
Should try it one day. Might be a minor goal, but probably not appropriate to say it like this now after what we've said, what you've said, what I've said. If you don't have after we find your family, make your next goal to get a duck meal. Try it. Something else to aim for.
Okay. Thank you for listening.
If anything, I think you were the one that needed to listen.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying go get some rest now. We've got a few hours before we have to figure out what we're doing. I'll go wake up whoever was next on watch.
Right then.
Alright.
Or whoever, well, not necessarily wake up, but you know.
Is there any other scenes?
I feel like we're all seeing it.
Okay. So.
There is no sign.
Alright, Osiris, let's go!
Sun goes the
Go on.
I
fucking
have
down.
a scene with myself.
I appear in the world.
You can just write that in your notes.
Over the horizon. It's nighttime now. You've had a long rest.
If you want to see yourself, write it in your notes.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
It's 10 p.m. as everyone's 8-hour long rest has occurred. As I explained before, you see that there are still 2 guards either side. There is very few traffic here, so they're mainly sitting. But there is, instead of flags, they've got lanterns that glow different colours. What's everyone going to do?
What is with these lanterns and stuff? What's that to do with anything?
Alright, but basically there's 2 guards on each end. The land bridge is so narrow given the time of year that only one wagon can go each way. So they literally have to signal each other when someone's passing to make sure no one comes the other direction and they get stuck in the middle. They also act as kind of border control, where it's like, you guys watched as one dude would signal the other side to let him know to go, and the other dude would do a cursory check over the vehicle to make sure, everything's all in order.
And so the concern is that our wanted posters are here and we're not getting across.
That's up to you all.
That's the party's
I'd
concern.
like to say that during my
Right.
long rest, I've set up invisibility as one of my second level spells, and I'm going to cast that on Xavier if he wants it.
I would like that, please. Thank you.
Have a look at
Oh, actually, I could use it at 3rd level. As Darian just kind of gave me the heads up on that.
how long. Sorry, you go.
I was actually going to ask Osiris as well, because I said it before when you weren't here yet. But it was just like, are you still wearing your hat?
I'm always wearing my hat.
I don't want to seem rude, but I'm assuming that the wanted poster is going to have you with your hat on it. It is a very iconic Osiris piece.
Cyrus looks over the rest of himself.
There are
Yes,
a lot of
iconic.
tools. There are, well, I wouldn't say a lot of tools,
Nodding
but there
gives
are.
way.
There are a few. They exist in the world. That's what I'm saying. People are going to see the hat as well. I don't want to ask you to take it off, but would there be a chance you might be able to?
That's fine. He takes a hat off.
I appreciate it.
You can actively see that his dome is like a slight lighter shade of green,
That's awesome.
and he
Okay.
puts it in the bag of holding. Now, question: how long is this bridge?
Only maybe a few hundred feet.
It's a few hundred feet. Yeah, it would take a couple minutes to cross, not an hour. And it's about ankle deep in water.
I
Oh,
would
it's only
like
ankle
to
deep?
ask.
Well, because it's getting, by the end of this month, this entire area will be too
Right
big
now
to
you
cross.
are. Right now you don't have. You're not even really close enough to see if the tide for the night has come up.
Okay.
Question.
Answer.
I'd like. Moon's out tonight, isn't it?
Turns out every night.
Yes, it's a waning gibbous.
Okay.
Nice.
But
Even invisible, am I casting a shadow?
With the cloud coverage,
No,
no.
you're invisible.
Invisibility is more like like the spectrum of light. You're not there. It's a pane of glass.
So basically, it's a concentration spell for up to 1 hour. I can cast it at 3rd level, and 2 people will be invisible for that time. So
Okay,
once
I'm
we
just... sorry. I know invisibility. I'm just worried that we go towards torches, and I cast a shadow even though I'm not there. That's what it brings it. If I'm not casting a shadow, I'm not casting a shadow. That's fine. They're still going to be hearing me though.
didn't they just sort of say that it was no shadow?
Yeah, that's what they said. I was just asking.
Okay,
And I'm worried about it.
I have a question for the resident sorcerers,
yours.
and also
Yes.
the DMs. I'll go with the DMs first. Because I wasn't here really before we were discussing going across. Could I say something that I would have said beforehand?
Yes. What's the thing?
I look at the sorcerers. Do either of you know Water Walk?
I mean, I could learn it. I could cast it, yes.
What if we just skip this entirely? So we
You
don't
know
have
that
to
I
deal
can
with them?
swim underwater. I have the quick entry.
I can hold my breath for a while.
That was my point originally, that I could go and get a boat, but it's all cliff. We wouldn't be able to. There's not many fishing villages, and it's mostly cliff. So also, I think the DMs actually said that it's like fairly low tide. So getting a boat here would be like getting a beach.
Just because you weren't here for Osiris. Basically, to the closest you could get a boat to this area would still be about a couple hours travel to either north or south. And you would know from living in Ghislaine that the majority of Ghislaine's coastline is sheer cliffs into the ocean. This, like, the few large air access points to the ocean are where the cities are built. The exception to that being Tempest Bay, which they decided fuck it and they built straight down the cliff. And small fishing villages and whatnot, they do exist, but because of the nature of the coastline, they're few and far between. It's like, I think we said you'd have to travel for about a day to reach one of them if you headed in either north or south direction, and it'd be like swimming the whole way.
Okay, so just so my mental map is accurate, the bridge that we crossed isn't so much of it just being a bridge across water, it's a bridge across a ravine?
the land bridge.
So the land bridge is it's like a fjord. This Tide's Favor is one of the few places where the topography of Ghislaine actually is like at ocean level. The only other major area like this is Ghislaine itself. It's like Ghislaine rises up into like hills as you go across the land, and the land bridge itself is just a section that during the summer is shallow enough that you can walk across or take a wagon. And then for about half a month-ish outside of summer as well. For the rest of the year, it's flooded so deep you can't cross it because of the raging waters that take over the space.
Okay, so Water Walk wouldn't work.
You
It
could
only
walk on
lasts
top
for
of
an
the
hour?
water, but you could walk on the water,
Yeah,
but
it
you could.
lasts an hour.
It'd be the same situation of like you could just cross the land bridge and end up in the same area, or you'd be in the same situation of the next area you'd be able to effectively get to land. It would be roughly 23 more hours away.
And also only one of us can cast it because it's a 3rd level spell.
But it is a ritual spell.
Stopping 10 minutes to sit down on the water and cast it again.
I don't have
You could do that technically.
Just saying.
No, yeah, you don't.
My original idea was for Osiris and Selena to go find a fishing village, but like, it's.
It was just a thought I had and hadn't been explored. So
No, it's all good.
that's fine. If it's the topography will not facilitate us easily getting back onto flat land, that's fine.
So basically, once we get to an area where we can tell, yep, okay, the tide's not in, and whatever, or out, or whichever way, I always forget which one it is. I could cast invisibility. I'm definitely casting on Xavier, I'm gonna guess
Yeah.
Aqua would be the second best.
If any of you were charming, I'd say you could just do that and we could walk through.
I mean, probably could. I am pretty charming.
Don't think it's a
Hang
good
on.
idea for me to
It
try
says
that just
in
yet.
a monotone voice. Where
I
I
thought
am
that's
very
nothing wrong.
charming.
pretty charming.
I wish to incite this.
I am also very charming, but I don't think
Yeah.
it'd be very good
Really,
that I do
I
it.
think he is not charming at all. He doesn't even think about my dad.
I would like to leave any kind of charms per se for a last resort if possible, but I can't do something of that like.
Wait, have you already cast invisibility on me?
No,
No.
like I said before, I'm going to cast it when it's like, alright, we're all ready to go, let's go. Because we've only got an hour of it, and... Oh, I mean, I can recast it, I've got 2/3 level spell slots, but...
I was going to say the people who are invisible should go before the rest of the party.
I can try to distract the people with a cover up with snail facts.
Say for starters, we try to get through just as inconspicuous as possible. If anything does go wrong, improvisation, I guess.
Then let's just try.
Okay, we're all ready?
I guess I'm first, with Xavier there.
Yeah.
I cast invisibility on both of you. I'll use up a third of spell slot.
Okay.
Remember, before the cast happens, just for a sheer, you guys would not be dumb. Aqua and Xavier, can you both just make straight intelligence checks?
How intelligent.
Just normal intelligence checks.
Yes.
Wow.
So you guys are...
Can I Fortune of the Many this?
Can you do it to ability checks, not skill checks?
If you miss with an attack roll, or fail an ability check, or saving throw.
Alright, cool. You can do it then.
Yeah, I will.
I'll say that bumps you up to the point where you both realize that yes, you'd be invisible, but
I'm
if
gonna
you
make
walk
noise.
across. Well, aside from making noise, like sight's one thing. You would be crossing knee to ankle deep water, and if you were to go ahead of the group, that could potentially raise some questions when all of a sudden water starts splashing around with no one there.
They're better to go in the middle.
Yeah, like, you can both realize it's probably, if you were to travel with everyone, you would have that would negate that entirely because there would already be a bunch of splashing and stuff.
Fair.
This is just that Akfa, you're good at sneaking around, and Xavier, you're good at like finding people. So this is things you would both think about.
Okay. As
Sorry, real quick, once before we go, just so we're like absolutely prepared. Does anybody have a spare piece of fleece?
I have pelts. Do you want one of them?
It specifically needs to be fleece.
I have Selena's hair.
Has to be fleece.
Can you turn into a sheep and then get the fleece from that?
The fleece will not last.
No.
Basically, I'm asking, does anybody not use an arcane focus and use a component pouch?
No!
I think
Okay,
literally
cool.
everyone uses arcane focuses.
That's
I have a necklace. That's
I have a
important.
reed.
just if I go to cast a spell, I gotta pull out this big ass flute and go doo-doot. Is not
Do
exactly
magic flute.
inconspicuous. Hoping
And
maybe
you can
someone
try to
had
pretend you're playing a song.
a bit of fleece.
Would my bedroll have fleece in it?
roll a d100.
Oh my god.
As a fleece, like
Well,
probably
is fleece
down is
like
more
the
common.
wool, like a wool inside a jumper, right?
Yeah, like that.
Darren is googling what fleece
Fleece
is
is-
specifically, 'cause how the fuck do I know?
I think it's
from
like
sheep.
unprocessed
Yeah.
wool thing.
Most of the stuff
No.
is processed.
It's a case like, okay, if anyone has winter clothing, you probably get some fleece off that. So if anyone's got winter gear,
Don't.
Have a book about bards.
Oh, is that book made out of
That
fleece?
counts.
No.
I think that counts. Hold on, let me hear him out.
No, there is no fleece available.
Okay, this is fine. This was just in case.
Okay, I say what you want.
as you all approach the guards.
Yes.
Sorry.
I am going to when we get a bit closer, but still a bit out of range, let go of the energy of an alter self. I'm going to not change my appearance too much. I've not got my hair braided anymore. It's
Well, your
just
hair's
let
white at the
down.
moment.
Uh,
Yeah.
Is it? It's still
Yeah.
white.
It,
I thought it was only for like for
it
24.
hasn't been 24.
Hasn't been 24.
Has it
No,
been 24?
you
Oh, yeah,
did your
okay.
thing right before you got to the bridge.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's going to be doing the talking?
We'll find out when you get there.
There
One
are
of the 3 charisma users.
In that case, we
4. You mean 4?
in that case, 'cause
Yeah,
I
you
forgot.
mean 5.
No, you are 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, that's 4 of us.
In that case, because I forgot, I am going to probably not actually focus too much on alter self for like physical appearance, except for like probably changing my color of my eyes to just be probably a blue to go with white hair. Change like my face structure just slightly, probably kind of a little bit more towards Terra in that sense, because if she's also got white hair, we could probably at least kind of go with that.
We're all
or-
sisters.
Yeah.
So you look a lot like Selena now then too.
No, probably not. I probably like try to go a bit different to that, but like slightly enough. Where it's, like,
Fraternal
the same
twinny.
elements.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so just to check off the list. Xavier and Osiris
Akva.
are no, is it Xavier and
Akva.
Osiris are invisible? Okay, Xavier and
No.
Akva are invisible.
I'm not invisible.
Okay, Terra looks like a relative of Selena. Christine looks like a relative of Selena.
I already am.
Selena looks like her but with shorter hair and different clothes.
Also, she
And
puts
I'm not wearing a hat.
Also, she puts a bit of like raw cloth around her eyes to make her look like a blind woman.
Okay, and she's yep. And
Oh.
Osiris is not wearing a hat. Okay, just making sure we're getting everything.
One quick thing I would suggest, because we are traveling around with Terra, I suggest for both me and Selena to take off Dustmoon necklaces and put in the bag of holding.
Yeah, I would have done that when we were like
Tara
after
also
the whole
doesn't have her
incident.
sort of white top coat that she normally has on her top, so she's just wearing a black dress.
When we are a reasonable distance away from the guards before them, I would like to cast Detect Magic and have that
Okay.
concentration.
You are invisible.
Before casting invisibility, but after we get there.
Alright.
When's
Okay, so you cast.
I want to be
magic,
concentrated.
Alright.
Okay, let's say you're concentrated to detect magic, then you get turned invisible. You're all rolling up to the guards.
What happens? You see as one of the ones that we dictated before approaches, and it's like,
The other one turns and like lifts a cover off a lantern that glows blue, and he like holds that in the air, and you see like a blue lantern on the other side also glow.
you
The other dude walks up to you guys. Who's leading the group?
I'll lead the group. I'm confident enough.
Okay.
As I'm invisible as well, I want to ask, is that blue lamp the same color that they've done for any previous groups?
You haven't really been watching the evening traffic,
I just wanted to ask in case.
but you could like there's only 2 colors, and from your previous view of them, the only 2 signals they send are it's good to go or it's not good to go.
it's a bit
I'm using Terror as like she's kind of leading me.
surprising.
Tara will sort of be gently holding Selena's hand in her arm.
You're crossing a bit late. Usually we're very quiet around this time of night. May I ask what your business, what you're doing in Ghislaine?
I at will cast Detect Thoughts on him.
Yeah?
May I answer?
Go ahead.
I'm in combat, that's why.
So you...
Alright, so just so I have surface thoughts, so just in case I can get a heads up in case anything goes sour during this.
Won't he know that you're
If he
doing that,
does
though?
dip in.
Only if you
Not
press
until I
his
twitch
deeper.
deeper.
Okay.
Okay, I'll say before Tez talks, his surface thoughts are, I didn't expect to see anyone this time of night. I actually have to do some work. God damn it. I was having a nice time almost falling asleep.
Okay,
Damn, dude.
fantastic. Couldn't ask for a better situation.
I apologize for the late night. We've been on the road for a while. We're heading towards Ghislaine and going to the care house. I'm not well, you see. I heard the caretaker is quite the miracle worker.
Sees you like brings a torch up to your face and just gives a look like, alright. And you're just her family?
These are my friends, some of which have been looking after me while I've been ill. Some are family. Unfortunately, we've decided that if I'm not to be cured, then I believe I'll be staying in Ghislaine for the rest of my days. So I guess it's kind of a possible goodbye at this point.
We shouldn't be bringing down the mood like this, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sure everything will be fine.
I don't... Are you sure?
This is the only way.
You guys like looking between you all, and he goes, "All right,"
You like,
and like it looks just looking at all your faces. I just want Selena to make a persuasion check with advantage because you're being supported.
shouldn't she be deception?
Oh, sorry, deception with advantage. And a bardic inspiration.
That's a D4, yeah?
That is
D8
a
at
D8.
this level.
Hell yeah.
I mean, technically, they are going to the care house.
They're lying about the reason to go there.
Perception.
They are not what they normally look like.
Okay. Is he?
On a dirty 20?
Yeah. Is he like just has a look at the lot of you, sees what it is like, all right. Oi, they're fine. just gets back into his seat. Welcome to the country of Ghislaine.
The other one's like, "Don't do anything illegal." You'll start moving, and I would like Xavier and Arkfur to both roll stealth with advantage. Xavier, this cancels out your disadvantage.
Unless you've decided to doff your armor and put it in the bag of holding.
What do you say, Tara?
I was just saying, did Xavier not take his armor off?
If you took your armor off Xavier, then yeah, you can roll with advantage. If you have kept it on for some reason, then you roll flat.
Well, considering the last time that we were walking by ourselves and we got jumped, I'm not taking the chances of having the armor on.
That's fair. That is understandable.
Pretty good.
Natural. In the middle of the pack, you slosh between everyone else. The water before was about ankle deep. When you enter it, you realize that at the deepest parts, it's almost up to your knees. It is cold.
It's not.
As the night has chilled the water. It is not comfortable or fun, but after about 10 minutes of sloshing, you reach the other side, where the other two guards are sitting there. One looks up at you all, the other one doesn't even look up from like a set of cards he's looking at.
We'll burn a second level spell slot to fiddle with a gold coin specifically, a copper piece, to fiddle with a copper piece, as if we're gonna just hit, like doing the finger tricks, and cast detect thoughts at the one that's looking at.
Yeah. It's just like,
So looking at us.
God damn, it's late. What the fuck? All right.
He's like, what kind of idiots would be traveling at this time of night? Could fucking find
I
a
hope
bed
fucking
somewhere.
Jeff isn't cheating right now.
If you skim Jeff's thoughts, it's, God, I hope he doesn't realize I'm cheating right now.
So
No, I would like to try and mimic what Jeff's internal thoughts are, and then have his internal thoughts from the telepathic feat be, God, I hope he doesn't realize I'm cheating right now.
what? He just like looks over at his friend. As I'll say this just probably to how you guys sort of sold how you were walking to give this big of a gap. Someone's with Selena at the back, like moving her along because she's supposed to be blind. You've got the two in the middle,
Yeah, I'm probably moving at the front.
and then Osiris and Thing are at the front, moving away.
Every now and then looking back worryingly towards the other
And
two.
as he's sort of like momentarily distracted by looking at Jeff, he's like, "Welcome to Tides Forever."
Don't commit any crimes.
I'm not planning to.
They appear to go back to their cards,
Yeah,
but
she-
one of them stares at the other one, like intently, like, is he cheating? I think he might be.
Can I make a perception check to see if there's any sort of wanted posters around this station?
Go ahead.
Just from where we are.
Yeah, make a perception. Also, Xavier, when you're traveling, detect magic. You detect, aside from the 2 invisible people and all of your assorted magic equipment, you don't detect any other magic.
The lanterns are, but like it's just prestidigitation, changing the color or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And for a 13, I'll say, Cyrus, you don't see any wanted posters themselves, but you do just see like a little stack of rolled parchment that's on the table where the 2 guys are sitting. But it's rolled up and it's nighttime, so you can't tell what's on the parchment. But you think, if there were going to be important things these guys had to read, it might be on there.
But it's rolled up and they don't seem to care. We good. Let's keep going.
Don't even look back.
What you guys have crossed over to the country of Ghislaine. Is there anything? Are you guys stopping in Tide's favor, or are you just going to continue on into the night towards Ghislaine?
I feel like at this point it would be best if we just get out of Tide's favor.
Although traveling at night is probably our best bet.
It wouldn't be better to stay so we can actually get the resources we need from stores like Disguise Kits?
Disguise kits is probably a good idea. You don't really need to worry about food. I can just create food and water on the road.
We need to make sure we have something for the others. We can't keep them invisible in a place like Ghislaine itself.
When we're in the mainland, it should be fine. It's just, cities. If you want to risk going into Tide's favor, I say maybe we set up a tower outside of Tide's favor, and maybe some of the inconspicuous people go in and get the disguise kits. Everyone else waits.
And I say at least some of us need to probably act the part and buy a room in an inn or something. So I think we should probably stay, to be honest. Maybe Cyrus himself can leave on his own to set it up with the other 2.
This only lasts an hour, remember?
That's the point, if they can go set it up outside quickly.
Okay.
Set what up?
The tower outside, like if you
Oh.
just if you like, because you have no proper affiliation with us in the sense of quote unquote, there's nothing that's been said. If you leave on your own while we're all kind of like in an inn or something like that, we can at least put on an effect like there's no kind of reason for like any one of us to kind of split away from Selena besides you. That way you can take the 2 invisible people out, so that way you can just sort of set up over there, and we can hopefully just get some stuff in the city while we're here to then leave quickly in the morning.
Okay.
That's my idea, at least.
Is everyone happy with that idea?
I don't fully understand it, but I'll do it.
Or do you
I
not?
think it's more the implication that those 3 currently look like family. They could.
Yeah.
Whereas you do not look like family. You could just be their escort. You've been seen by someone.
I resent that.
Whereas someone, Xavier and Arthur, have not been seen, so they should not enter a town. They should actually stay on the outskirts somewhere.
And if the other 2 invisible people follow with you, you can basically like get out of the town straight away. That way you can get those 2 who are invisible a safe place to kind of hide with your tower.
And also I can take sending, and Osiris has got sending, so we've got like a way of communicating.
Communication.
Okay, yeah, I think that sounds good.
Alright, so we split team tower and team not tower.
Team tower,
Sure.
team inn.
Team Tower and Team Siblings.
Hell yeah.
Team tower and team twins.
Sure.
There's 3 of us.
Alright.
Okay.
He can't
Twins.
count. It's alright.
So Cyrus, you start passing through town with the other 2 and the intentions of trying to get out of the town as fast as possible so you can build a tower.
Yep. Sounds like a plan.
And the other 3, what are you doing? Finding an inn or something?
Yeah.
Okay. When all of you enter the town, you'll notice, well, city, it is very populated. Given the time of year and the fact the lumber trade is still going, there's a lot of people in the city. Mainly, you can see like workers of different kinds. You do see guards and whatnot. But given the time, it's like 11 p.m.-ish. After all the things you guys did and coming across the water and stuff, it's about 11 o'clock at night. Some of the traffic is starting to die down, but you can see some like the revelry of the late night drinkers and whatnot still going. The group splits. Selena, Tara, and Christine heading towards an inn. I'm assuming not like the first one you find, but probably a more quiet one.
Yeah.
Whoever's leading the group of you, just make a streetwise would be the check here. Let's just make a investigation check.
Investigation, I'll do such a thing.
I'm gonna say I still have the blindfold on. I'm still playing the part, so I'm not gonna be able to help with
I
any of
have
that.
a -1 to it.
Investigation or streetwise? Did you want particularly streetwise or?
I'd say either or. Streetwise would streetwise would be if you can the way around. You can try to find something else by following the crowd, going against the crowds. While investigation is more like you quickly checking the different areas and trying to find a quieter part of the city.
I might then use streetwise in the idea of I'm kind of going maybe oh, do you know a place a quiet inn, he is unwell, needs a place to stay quickly, we're just trying to look for somewhere.
Can I give advantage by doing the sick person act so that they're more helpful?
Yeah, I'm gonna say just because you have two people who are probably gonna be spamming the help action at you, you can have advantage.
Hell yeah.
Because I have no investigation proficiencies, but I do indeed roll a 19.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. You head through you get out of the main part of the city pretty quick, heading through the markets and out the other end towards what is the warehouse side of the city, which you'd think is oh, it's warehouses, nothing here. But this is where people who arrive from Ghislaine, the land, probably enter the city from this end, and so there's a few places to stay, and it's more quiet because it's not quite in the trading hub. And you can find just a small out-of-the-way inn where it doesn't seem like there's any revelry or anything going on. Most people are already in bed. There's just one person in the entire inn who's just yeah, we got a room.
Yes, maybe I'd get one room, please.
Yeah, you pay. It costs how much is the room again? 1 silver or some shit, 5 silver for a night.
For the three of us, to have a bigger room.
I think it's 5 silver per person.
Yeah, if you're getting just one room, I'd say it's 5 silver. Probably a gold for a larger room for all three of you to stay in. Yeah, and you get a room. Not a lot happens. It's pretty quiet. You're able to avoid most of the stuff going on in the city.
Hell yeah.
And given it's nighttime, there's not a lot you can really see effectively. Osiris.
That is my name.
Yes. So you're trying to pass through the city efficiently and quickly. I want you to make a skill check that would dictate how your approach to doing this is. Whether it's stealth to avoid notice, or whether it's streetwise to ask people the fastest way to leave or something. It's just I want you to make a skill check and you tell me how you're applying it.
Okay. And because it's late at night, I assume there's not a whole heap of foot traffic.
Depending on where you are, in the market areas and nearer to the water, actually nearer to the entrance where you guys came in, there is quite a bit of foot traffic. People are still drinking and having a good night. On the latter half of the city, it's a lot quieter, and on the flanks, the far ends of the town, where more the residential areas are, that's also where there's not a lot of foot traffic in those areas either. But you have to get through the busy areas to get to the quiet areas.
I will. I just can't imagine. I would like to pass, make it seem like. How do I word this? I would like to recognize the atmosphere I'm in and the way the general public is being, and replicate that.
Would be streetwise.
So matching the kind of joviality or etc. of the current group, the current people.
Make it seem like I just phase into the background, the background noise.
Okay. What role were you thinking to make for this?
I don't know, man.
I could say, given the way you're trying to do it, you could do stealth, you could do performance. Either would really fit.
I would take a performance check if that's possible.
Yep, because it's more like acting.
See, it's all
Oh.
about how you phrase things. You could bullshit,
Exactly.
or you could act.
Yep.
Actor.
Fake it till you make it.
Or you could act like it's bullshit.
18, yeah, you meld into the crowd pretty effectively, while you're basically the only turtle that you can see in it, and a lot of the people here are humans and genasi and tieflings. They're all very, like, strong-looking people who seem to all be, like, lumberjacks of various types, or wagon drivers, stuff like that.
But they're also
You-
probably taller than me.
Most of them are, yeah, and you fade into, despite having a rather large frame with that shell, you're able to basically fade into the crowd and just join in groups of revelry. You, like, laugh at a joke that you didn't even hear the start of, but people are going with. You slip around and talk, like, just make a quick comment into the area. You, like, pat someone on the back who just won at a game of dice, and you slip your way through the city, making no real noticeable impact on those around you, which is kind of what you were going for. But your two compatriots, you're both invisible.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows to make way for you.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows you're there.
I'm very dexterous. Thank you very much.
You have crowds to get through. How are you going to do this? If you can use dexterity if you would like, you can use acrobatics to slip between the crowds unnoticed, or stealth to avoid them entirely.
Stealth is better.
And you will get advantage on stealth because you're invisible.
Yeah. Stealth.
Salvio silently shoulder checks every person he walks by.
That's
Oh,
a good
Glad
thing. Yeah, with an 18, similar, you mainly stick to the edges of the crowds. Like, you watch Osiris, like, slip through the crowd almost like a knife passing through water, and you just go around. But because you're invisible in that, you manage to avoid attracting any attention because no one knows you're there. Zane.
I would like. Are there any back streets to this place?
There's no. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's like there's back streets and whatnot. There's main roads, there's back streets, there's roads in every direction. It's just how are you approaching the situation of getting around here, given no one can see you and you don't want to let people know you're here? Like, you could just shoulder check your way through if you wanted to with strength.
Can I suggest something?
You
Can I give Xavier my 20?
No.
No.
You're not.
Oh, really?
20 is for
You're
you
not
and
actively there.
Damn it.
Hmm.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
I can't telepathically talk to him because I can't see him, correct?
Yes.
How my telepathy works. God damn it.
Since if it's like a message and whatnot, since you don't know where he is, you can't communicate with him.
If you had message and point in a random direction, you just pray he's there.
So, the plan is we're just going through the city, right?
Yeah, trying to get out of the city before your invisibility wears off.
Can I just
could try
decide
one
not to
thing?
go into the city and skirt the outsides of the city?
Yeah. If you wanted.
So your goal is basically to skirt the outside, but just move quick enough that you can meet up with the others before getting left behind?
Yeah.
Okay. And what check would you make in this regard?
I thought he was more meant like when as soon as they crossed the bridge, he diverted away from the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact is, like, going through the town is a lot faster than going around it. And if he wants to meet up with them, like, what do you get? You know, like, what, athletics to just, like, run? Like, you're avoiding the main city, so yeah, like, people aren't going to see
Are
you
there-
because you're
is there
actively
patrol?
avoiding it. There are
Is there
people,
patrol
like,
on
even in the quiet
outside of
parts,
the city?
even in the quiet parts of the city, there are still people. There's no patrols of, like, no guards, like, wandering around the literal empty parts, like, where there's no buildings. But you can also tell it's a case of if you were to suddenly appear in the middle of an open area with no buildings around, it would be impossible to hide. As there is zero cover.
I'm talking about, like, is the city, like, walled off? Is there, like,
No.
a patrol around the perimeter?
There is no wall.
I'm going to literally just sprint bolt my way over.
Okay, and what's the check
over
you use?
the outside. I'm going to use that.
Okay, make an athletics check. Yeah, nat 20. You just, like, you realize
didn't
when
do my
Osiris vanishes into the crowd and you realize you have no idea what Arkvar is because of all the people around, you're like, nah, fuck that. And you just turn and just break into a dead sprint and just run around the outside of the city. It's tiring, but by the time you come to a stop on the other side of the city, with your invisibility almost up, you see at the same time as Osiris leaves from the opposite end of the quiet part of the city now, and you don't know where Akfer is, but you've been able to follow him the whole time, Akfer, so you're not left behind either.
Looks like you didn't need to give me your 20 after all.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say. I was just like, nah, you didn't need it, buddy. You had one of your own.
Alright, yeah, so you guys all made it through, and you didn't cause a single stir, or none of you were noticed by the seam of it.
I will pat Osiris while still invisible on the shell. Just whisper, "Good job."
As a reaction, I would like to. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm assuming the group of you just want to head out away from the city and build your tower somewhere a little bit in the hills.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
I would
after
like
about
to build it like in a valley, just a dip in the ground, so it's not this massive
Yeah.
thing sticking out.
You start leaving after about 5 or so minutes out of the city. Both the invisibility effect ends on Akfer and Xavier, and you both appear with Osiris. You guys head for about another 20 to 30 minutes out of the city, because the majority of this part of Ghislaine is rising hills as the land gets slowly higher and higher and higher. But you're able to find an area where it's like it dips down deep enough that you're able to hide a majority of the tower. It's not completely concealed. Like if someone were to come down from the more central parts of Ghislaine, it would be pretty obvious, but from the lower parts looking up, it's almost hidden.
And you build the tower?
Yep. I will tick off my
Alright, I will note that you guys can take a long rest, but this will count as your 2 within the same 24 hours. You won't be able to have one at the end of this day coming up.
I feel like we're just going in to get the supplies and kind of legging it. Or were we going to go do a rest and then leave?
Well, the problem is we have to wait till
Yeah,
the morning.
it's like midnight.
That is, very true, very true.
That is why I suggested that some of us at least needs to stay in here, which is why it was
Boys' night. we sit up all day playing like poker,
We did explain it.
talking about cars.
Bro, I saw this really cool cart, had this awesome modification to the wheels, bro.
Yeah, basically I'm saying that you won't be able to get because today's technically the 6th, you won't be able to get a long rest in if you take another one till the 7th.
Yes.
Alternatively, are we able to take like a couple like short rests, where to have it not make any real game difference, but to make it so we don't regain.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Do you guys want the ability to regain spent spell slots and all that stuff, or not?
I'm good there.
If Selena needs it, then sure, but I'm happy to just consume a first level pack slot for sorcery points and just gain whatever I need to consume for a second level slot. And that'll be my short rest. Yeah, that too. So I think I'll just do that instead
I'll
of
throw you a short.
I'll
And
use
Terra
my
being Terra, she just can always change form.
1, 2, I'd still use
I'll
one.
use my divine power, harness divine power to get my spell slot back, and then after the short rest, I'll get my divine power.
Yeah,
back.
I'll throw a short rest on you as we. There's no scenes.
You boys have a blade spin the bottle.
All right, we transition to the morning.
Never have I ever.
Before we transition to the morning, I think 2 hours is a good place to stop for a break, real quick.
For a break.
I need another
Yeah,
cup of tea.
all good.
I use my Pearl of Power to get a 3rd level spell slot.
Fair enough.
Hell yeah.
Everyone go have your bio break. Is everyone having fun in Echoes again?
Yeah, I managed to piss off Christine. I think my job's done.
You know how weird it is to not have D&D on a Friday?
Not really.
Like in general.
I take it.
I don't know what that feels like.
I've had every Friday booked since the start of Icewind Dale.
Well, hey, we got another campaign available to Sunday if you want now.
I take those days off as the days off. Rest my brain.
No, that's fair. That's totally fair. It's just
No,
weird
no,
to
I
me
get
'cause I'm a
that.
creature of habit. This habit has been broken.
I get that. I get that.
Alright, look, now you know how I feel, Jeremy.
That's what all the normies do.
Like this for years.
Normies get to sleep a little.
The next step is just to start running your own campaign.
Well, that's,
And then have
that's
no
not a
free time.
one-shot, so.
Yeah, Jeremy, when's your campaign coming out?
It'll happen.
One shots are good. I recommend everyone try DMing once. Not like super early on to your career like I did, because fucking. I did like 4 months into 4th edition. I was like, I'll run the adventure for a bit because we had like a rotating DM system. I think I did okay, but it was like it was a lot.
I'm not
Start with one shots.
Yeah, no, definitely do yourself a favor and start with one shots, because if you dare try to even start a campaign when you haven't even done it, you're gonna be fucked, because I sure was.
What if you're really, really good at?
I mean, go for it. The recommendation is to do a one shot. That's not what everyone should do. I threw myself into the fold with the thing, and I enjoy it. I like making stories. I think I've improved a lot since like the original D&D campaign where fucking everything was stupid. People running with doors as shields.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a learned skill. You'll get it. You'll get it eventually.
We did some super shit back then.
And even if you don't feel like doing like DMing, like doing stuff like Inktober's or D&D December's, stuff like that, just something to challenge you creatively, doing like little themes or whatever. Like Swordtober was pretty good. I wish I had participated, but I didn't have the time for that. Yeah. Oh no. It was either Swordtober or something, Swordcember, but it was like you got there was a bunch of things, and then people just made magic swords for the whole month of.
There's like a theme, and you make a sword around it.
Should be sword.
I thought it'd be Swordtember, but it might be Swordtober. I don't know.
What about Sworduary?
January for magic gems.
Fernebuary.
So starch is just about flour, yeah?
Yeah.
Considering it's just gonna be you guys shopping, are you just gonna shop for disguise kit stuff?
And probably, like, I'd recommend just a spare change of clothes, at least for me particularly, because I'm basically just going to say, like, if I like the cloak isn't covering everything, like my entire like outfit properly, I'm probably then just going to just intentionally rip some stuff up just so it doesn't look like it's a uniform.
Okay.
And then like get myself just a new thing of clothes to replace it.
And
basically.
then
I'm going to stay in the.
A disguise kit would come with things I could make, like fake horns and a fake tail out of.
So a disguise kit, you don't just go into a shop and buy a disguise kit. You probably shop around and buy like different kinds of inks, use for makeups and like putties and whatnot you can use to like. You could make like fake horns and stuff with it. The whole point is like disguise has a number of charges. The more complex the disguise, the more charges it costs, but also the better benefits it gives you.
Definitely dies. Oh.
Thinking
Wait, hang
of,
on.
like making like a fake set of red horns and a fake red tail to try to make Xavier kind of look like a weird.
Like a tiefling, yeah.
Yeah.
A weird ass tiefling, yeah. I'll say for a whole disguise kit is 25 gold. In order to go around finding the parts. For clothes, common clothes go for about 5 silver. So you could easily, like, very cheaply, Christine, you could buy everyone in the party a whole new set of clothes.
and we'll say a charge of the disguise kit. We'll just do math. 10 charges for a disguise kit, 2.5 gold for a charge. For something like Xavier, it'll probably cost like maybe 2 or 3 charges to do that.
Yeah, it's like Arkva's
How long would that
usually
last
costs
if we
him.
did it?
Well, it's a disguise until he takes it off.
Okay, good.
And like Arkva's one usually costs quite a lot of them because the guy has to dye his entire body pretty much.
So how
I
many?
might want.
How many charges would 3 charges? How much? Sorry, how much gold would 3 charges?
7.5.
cost? Okay. I'll probably spend like 15 gold and get like 6 charges worth, so I can do it twice for him.
I can give you guys about 10 gold as well if you need like money.
I do
but-
have a 100 gold piece on me.
How much did you say was
2.5.
each charge? If Terra's already buying that, I'm just gonna spend 25 for a whole 10 charges at worth.
I'll give you 10.
Let me
I
let me
don't
roll a
think it-
D100 to see if they've got enough supply to do
Yeah.
a full disguise
for it.
kit plus pretty much half of another one. But then, just as another thing, are you guys gonna have any scenes on your trip to Ghislaine, or do we wanna slump the whole trek?
There's one thing I want to do just like briefly on my own if I can skirt away just for a little bit. I want to basically obtain, I forget what the exact material components were. Double checking. I can't remember, was it a diamond or diamond dust? I think it was just a diamond, wasn't it? Is there any way possible I could probably get like that kind of material
A
components?
diamond? Worth how much?
Yeah. But like, was it 300? I'm double checking. It's been a while since I've actually ever used a spell.
I think it is. You could have the plural, so you could buy small ones.
Yeah.
So you've got like 300 gold worth of diamonds. That would be possible in the trading areas. Yeah, you could do it, but it's not something you can buy subtly.
It's,
No,
You walk into
I
a
know.
jeweler and you're like, I want 300 gold worth of diamonds. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
so you're using it for magic, I see.
yeah. Yeah, you could do that. And with the number I rolled, you can get the disguise kits and all the charges and stuff like that. It's just gonna cost you a couple hours in the morning.
That's fair. I'm happy to spend the 25 gold for that.
And it would literally cost 3 gold to buy everyone a change of clothing.
Well, except me,
Randomly
I don't
completely
conform to
out of
normal
game.
clothes.
Mhm.
Question. Like, say you had somebody who was like sick with what Christine's mother had. If you killed them and brought them back, would they still have it?
What? Well, repeat the question
Like,
again. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
That's rude. If you had somebody like Christine's mom, like, wait, I can't remember what the spell is. That's
Feeble Mind?
Feeble Mind.
Yeah. And if you killed them and brought them back, would they still have it?
Technically, no, because the restoration magic restores the body to what it was.
I don't like that.
But it would also be more expensive.
Yeah.
Mother, that was just a pure
Listen,
mother.
Not
the
really, because 300 gold is less than 300 gold worth of diamonds is less than 500 gold worth of diamonds from the Greater Restoration
Yeah.
spell.
The Greater Restoration doesn't
I do
consume them,
have
does it?
room.
Greater Restoration does
Bye.
consume.
It does consume. It's also
Okay.
level.
I'll say it depends on the level of the spell you use. For a lot of resurrection spells, they heal wounds, but they don't restore any massive damage, like missing limbs and whatnot. In those cases, like Revivify wouldn't fix the problem, because it can't repair large-scale injuries. While
Raise dead.
if you were to use
or-
like resurrection or something like that, yeah, that would fix it. Because at that point, you're restoring them. That would even grow back missing limbs. And shit.
Okay,
Never
but
thought about that
what if they're a fiend, right? And I kill them, and they go
The-
back into hells? Does
The
that
entire
count?
time you were having the conversation, I was just imagining that scene from Captain America where he's out of line, but he's correct. Like, on the basis that she is from the Hells, technically is correct in that what he's saying will happen. However, he's still killing someone.
You're not wrong.
It's a case of like
I
we
am
were thinking-
doing my job as sworn to God. That
Yeah.
you don't belong here. Go back to hell.
We were talking about like the ways that you can use Feeble Mind, and the only methods are either high-level healing magic, ones that restore physical capabilities, or ones that literally alter reality.
Yep.
None of these are ones that end magical effects. So Feeble Mind isn't a spell, in my mind at least, where it's like, oh, it enchants your brain to not work anymore. Feeble Mind essentially just takes a bunch of magic and destroys all the neuron correct connections in your brain that allow for higher levels of thought.
That's why we wrote it a bit more
And so
medical.
the healing magic is literally to reconnect these neurons that have been shredded. And it's why like it takes so much energy to recover from it, because it turns out recovering from being almost brain dead is pretty taxing on the body.
Okay, so question: what if a neuroscientist casts 12-hour operation.
You know
I'd
what?
allow it.
It'd have to
It'd be a good check.
Yeah.
I will say just for you, Osiris, that the Christine roll was that was today's check, the long rest you just took, and I didn't announce anything about those rolls. So unless you think you have already, then all that information's kept to you.
Cool. Didn't find a whole heap of super relevant information.
I do want to add just one thing, like, because I do want to get those diamonds. I am gonna, like, after I get new clothes, like, go back to the room of stay and change into that, and then I'll go to like a sort of back alley area, alter self into looking like probably like a fire genasi or something, and just go by it like that.
So I just wanna. So who's got disguise? You got a full 10 charge disguise kit, and you bought new clothes. Close
With 28
common.
and a 300 gold worth of diamonds. So in
I
total,
am
it's
marking it all down.
328
Diamond.
gold.
I think I've
Terra,
marked it all down.
you're spending 7.5 gold to buy 6 charges?
No.
For 15 gold to buy 6 charges.
I have a lot of power.
Yep. Spend the 15 gold. You get yours. Slain, is there anything in particular you're buying?
I'm not going out. I'm
Okay.
staying
Oh,
back, because
no, fair.
it would seem kind of weird having the sick, like, person wandering around the town.
Also, out of the 3 of you, you're the one who's the least disguised, given one of them can cast magic that alters their form, and the other one can just do it at will.
Yeah, so she's staying in the inn. I want to give
Oh,
10
you
gold
got it
out
already.
to like the people who are going out, because like if they're going to be buying supplies, she wants to commit to that as well.
Yep, if either of them take it, it's up to them.
And there. Were you getting like clothes for everyone else as well, or just so
Yes.
it's an additional 5 other sets of clothes. All right. So then my other question comes back up. Are you just going to schlop your way to Ghislaine? Speed's time.
Yes.
No scenes anyone wants to do?
I'll have scenes with anyone who wants to have scenes with me. But
How much for the clothes?
otherwise, she's kind of like keeping to herself.
3 gold for 6 people's worth of clothes.
Okay.
Just trying to think if there's anything super.
I know that you might have wanted to do
She
checks.
doesn't need clothes though, because she's always worn her like white and gold cloak over the top, and she has it also. She did in a black dress, which is not really seen on its own.
Osiris, if you had things you wanted to roll, just DM them to me or Darian and I'll do that in the background. Otherwise, if everyone's here and ready, we'll schlop back to game and straight to Ghislaine, honestly. Nope.
Did you put that in disguise inventory instead
I
of
must
disguise
have.
kit?
So the
That's how
travel
far as that.
Travel to Ghislaine takes I
Yeah.
believe a week, AJ? 7 days of on foot travel. The roads here are pretty well traveled. You see quite a lot of people moving along them, but it's a case of like you'll pass by. It's same as when you're traveling through the roads, like in the forest, where it's like you see people traveling, but a lot of them are either loaded up with goods they're going for trading, or they're like other travelers just wandering north or south, etc. Some people straight up just like walking and then just turn off the road and start walking off into the hills. But it's wizards, who the fuck knows? They could be walking to some location.
And like
or-
last time, you see a bunch of just random mouse towers. Some of them with weird shapes, like there's a sphere floating in the sky, like made out of stone bricks. You're like, what the fuck? But again, wizards.
Normal thing.
I would like to save in my brain hole, just rough designs that they have they've used for their towers, just in case it might be a bit more covert to replicate that sort of design, so it's not something that stands out.
Yeah, so you just like look at there's towers like a generic regular tower, and then there's like this tower is small at the bottom and tall at the top. Or, like this tower has other towers coming out
Like
the
a
side
tree.
of it and stuff like that. Yeah,
Nice.
because it's you all who've lived in Ghislaine know that wizards definitely have the dick measuring contest of like, well, my tower's more magic than your tower, and there's a logic of also like you either build up or you build down. There is no in between. So like sometimes you come across a single shack just on a hill and you're like, there's probably a lab or something underneath that.
They match that
There's a
look.
tower that's literally like you'd build a typical tower like vertically, but just flying flat on the ground like a long cylinder.
That's the in between. We found it.
And that is the Ghislaine countryside. It's just weird. There's no like major towns or anything. Occasionally you pass by collections of farmhouses with people out like farming. Most people keep to themselves. Given the group is taking measures to disguise themselves, there's no real need to roll anything. It's pretty easy for you guys to avoid major notice from travelers.
When like throughout the days as we're passing all this stuff, the tower, which she has a little bit of control over, stops looking normal and starts looking more like a grain silo.
Okay.
Yeah.
As
You saw one where like every brick was a different fucking color, so you're like, this is subtle in comparison.
Noxious.
and that'll be the day you arrive in Ghislaine.
That's horrible.
So when you reach Ghislaine
Well,
itself, you guys don't enter
is
the
that
city
everyone?
right away. Ghislaine, nope, are people not ticked?
I think one person's missing. Unless, are you ticked?
I
so
am
then one
ticked.
person's missing.
Sam.
Take that as a
Assume it's
yes.
Sam.
Yeah, because I think you went to go get tea.
Okay. You all wait a minute then for Sam. It's like the crossing Ghislaine wasn't exactly a
A major thing.
massive. Yeah.
Wasn't it meant to be 2 hours?
No, we had it like this to begin with, just in case, like, you guys had scenes, we're gonna give you time to have them, but if you didn't, we'll just time jump because nothing happens.
I think our notes, if you want to literally say, if they don't fuck up in Tide's favor, then we just like star wipe to Ghislaine.
We starlight?
Yeah, we're both good at editing.
Yeah, we got
Just
stars
the
again.
We've got the best kind of editing tool.
Gimp?
Windows Movie Maker?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we bought it.
You think
bought
I
it?
pay anything? No, it's free shit.
I bought it legally. Why'd you say legally at the end of that?
Legally.
Legally.
Did they make Ash beat Leon? Fuck you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually.
Disrespect. He should have got smoked by Cynthia. Good for Ash, I guess.
That sounds like-
I'm just a petty
Yeah.
bitch who doesn't really like him to begin with.
Good
Good-
for him, I guess.
Good for him.
Bitch.
He beat
I mean, to be fair, Ash gets stomped on 90% of the time in any sort of good
Yeah, but
championship.
but he straight up went. He
But
went
Leon-
into a straight up tournament against every like the best trainer in each country, and then came out on top, which I find bullshit.
I think second would have been
They
fine.
all
The-
use the metric system and
The finale, I think he should have come third, and the finale should have been Cynthia versus Leon. That would have been the most interesting way to happen, but that's just me. But hey, good for him. He won a thing.
I mean,
That's twice now. Soon he'll go for a third time.
who's winning?
But next week's Pokemon Week, I'm happy.
Well, who would have won? Like against?
Who would have won against Cynthia? It's actually difficult, honestly. I wouldn't
Yeah.
pick.
Nah, Cynthia.
Oh, why Cynthia? Please
I
explain.
if I had to pick, it probably would be. I honestly don't know if I could pick. I think I'd lean more to Cynthia. I think she's got a better coverage team than Leon does. But they've both been training for young. Like
But Leon has heart.
Leon's been like the champion since he like finished his challenge at 10 or whatever. He's been like in charge. He's the champion for 10 years at this point. Like he's not a bad trainer.
Yeah, but that max IB Garchomp.
He may not have the coverage, but boy oh boy does his he's got the bullshit friendship system on his side.
And Cynthia does
The
them.
thing is,
No, I
it
mean,
depends if Cynthia's able to like do Gigantamaxing and stuff, because Leon's got the advantage at that point. Cynthia doesn't have any cool gimmick like that. If she has Mega Evolution, then she wins, because fucking Mega Garchomp's gonna sweep. But that's it. Alright, we're back. Alright, sorry.
No,
Pokemon's fun, I like talking about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to remove it from the bathroom. 'cause
Oh,
I'm
it's all
sick
good.
now.
yeah,
We basically, so you know, everyone bought us guys kits and clothes for the group, and we just did a transition from Tide Saver to Ghislaine. 7 days have passed. Unless you wanted to have any scenes. Cool.
That's a resounding no. Alright, reaching Ghislaine itself, those of you who have been here, which is almost all of you, know that Ghislaine itself is built on two large hills. The bigger of the two has the castle, the other one, which is slightly smaller, has the academy with its large tower on top of it. Working down the two hills, you have the Scholars District, which is the rich part of Ghislaine. Below that is the Spark District, which is where not like most of the magic users live, who can't afford to live in the Scholars District or who don't live in the Merchant Ring. Both of these, though, are mostly hidden from view behind the wall of smog that covers the lower sections of both hills and completely encompasses the ground around them, which is where the smokes are, all non-magic users, and then around the entire city, a single donut of the Merchant's Ring, which runs from basically just basically the docks on one side all the way around to itself on the other side, which is literally people and traders who come into the city who don't want to deal with passing through the smoke or wouldn't be able to enter the Spark are like, fuck that shit, and they built their own district outside of it. The areas going down here, the Merchant Ring is never quiet. There's a lot of traffic in it. It's where people are moving constantly. There's trading going on. It's honestly, if you say like where the majority of Ghislaine's population live, the smoke would be the most densely populated area, and then the Merchant Ring would probably be second, with the Spark being third, and then like 1% of the population live in the Scholar District or higher. So you all see this. You know this is the area you have to get through. To get to the Smoke District, you have to pass through the Merchant Ring. How are you all approaching the situation?
I'm assuming we can, like, it's. I know it's pretty high up, but you can see the castle because it's like.
It's above the smog layer, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, it's just from a distance you'd be able to see it.
The first thing you see when Ghislaine starts coming into sight is the castle on one hill and the academy on the other.
She sort of looks towards it for a bit, kind of nostalgic, and then just like turns to the rest of the group. Does anyone have a plan?
Get in, get out, don't die.
We really can't plan too far ahead, since we don't have full idea what's happening.
I feel like invisibility probably won't work as well.
I recommend if we ever get anywhere out of the Smoke District, we don't do that.
Getting through the merchants and the smoke should be fine if I cast invisibility. However, the merchants is kind of congested, so there's a chance that you'll bump into people. So maybe...
Is this city walled off?
There are walls in Ghislaine, but all the walls are from the Spark District and up. There are no walls around the smoke or around the Merchant Ring. So there's a wall around the Spark, and there's a second wall around the Scholar District, and then the Academy has stone walls for like keeping students in, and the castle has like some walls as well, but they're very far away from where you are now.
The walls don't stop the students.
No, they don't.
Is there... Is there a place near where there is a body of water that seems to... I'm literally just going to try and find the entrance to the...
There is no body of water from this position. You need to get to the other side of the city.
Yeah, you have to loop the whole way around the outside of the city and then approach it from the south, basically. And it's a case of, like, as per Ghislaine's mostly cliffs. One of the areas where it's not is near Ghislaine Capital. But with the way the city sprawls outwards, the merchant rings have encompassed to basically cover the beach from one cliffside to the other. So you could assume the entrance to the sewers would be down by the dock somewhere where it would flow out into the ocean, but it would be a case of you still have to get through some of the merchant area even to get to the docks themselves.
I think the best option would be to make use of those disguise kits.
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, what disguises would people want, and how many sort of charges would that cost along the way? I'm assuming we would have prepared that probably before getting close to Ghislaine itself. Like, is there any particular thing that people want for disguises, so I know how much to mark off?
So I'm
Karen
probably
have brought up turning Zavio into a weird looking
Tiefling. Yeah. That is probably like my best shot of getting in.
And you said you
Um,
like bought your own stuff for that, like for that
Yeah,
purpose, right? Yeah.
yeah.
So that leaves us with like basically like, is anyone else using disguise kits for certain things?
Pretty
Because
sure
I
gave
probably
some
want to do it
money
for at
to
least my
get stuff for mine.
yeah. Because I definitely want to do stuff like dyes for my hair. Definitely, my hair color is very noticeable part of me.
I'm gonna stick with the disguise I've been using for now, of just like, the poor blind chick, because my hair is like such a different color than what it was the last time I was here.
I'm in order to change my face just a little bit, I'm going to have it so that I will undo my beard. I will put my ring that ties the knot up at the end on my necklace, and I'll put that underneath my undershirt. I'm just gonna have that as a straight as I can get it. My hair done up in a ponytail with something covering the eye with the scar, so as not to let that be recognizable, but I would work the horns in first. And I would probably have the armor covered up, obviously, with something over it to make it so that
So everyone,
I seem a bit more rotund than I am just wearing armor.
so everyone's all disguised up.
And if I was able to get more things for my kid from someone else, then yes.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I got the charges, so you could just take
Karen
some from
helps
me.
as well, Karen helps.
Alright,
Keep
so
yours for Xavier just in case.
Yeah, she would like help with the
Yep.
application and stuff.
Realize I've been muted
Sorry.
this whole time.
Oh,
Yeah.
have you been talking?
Yes.
Oof.
That's
That's
where we
unfortunate.
weren't ignoring you.
Sucks to suck.
I was.
I was actually about to speak to you directly, but is there anything you would like to say?
Yeah, I'll take some putty if possible and try and fill in
Yes.
some of these wrinkles to make myself seem
Okay.
younger.
Okay.
Because an identifying feature would be green and wrinkly
I will just quickly. You they're in the market district, Arian?
They're still outside of the
Okay,
city. They
yeah,
haven't
good.
entered the ring yet.
Oh, so before
And
we enter,
I make up a gnarly scar on the turtle's face.
Sure, if you want to do. if
Cyrus lets me.
What we'll do,
I wouldn't know what you're doing. There's no mirror.
since basically everyone is doing some form of disguise in some way, we'll do a group disguise check. So everyone can either make a dexterity or wisdom check of their choice.
I am proficient in disguise kits. I'm pretty
Yeah, I'm also.
If you're,
proficient in disguise
you
kits.
can use disguise kit if you're proficient in it. For those who are not, it's either a dexterity or a wisdom check. Basically, dexterity is how well you put it on, while wisdom is like attention to detail. And overall, we'll just see how you all roll, and we'll get the average, and that'll be your overall disguise. That's a
You
good
want to have
start.
the people that
I do not have a check
are
for disguise kit.
proficient
Should I just
in.
roll,
Oh my
like,
god.
a dex-based thing that I'm proficient in?
I'm sorry, what
You
were
were
you saying?
saying?
I don't have a check for disguise kit, so should I just roll like sleight of hand?
Do you have
Or
artisan?
wisdom-based one. Basically, sleight of hand or like perception, like whatever you. Like I say, it's either dexterity or wisdom. It's up to you which you use, but those are the two options.
You were saying something, Jeremy?
It's gone. I don't know.
Something about helping people potentially?
Yeah, that's right. I was gonna say, do we want the people who are proficient with the disguise kit to help the people who aren't?
this.
I'll say, given it as a group check, we're not going to worry about the help actions and whatnot. It's just like it takes everyone's rolls and then works
Out an average, yeah.
average of them so far. Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yep. So Osiris and Xavier are left.
You know,
so
Cyrus,
just a wisdom
I'm
check
for
that
Cyrus
we have
and Xavier in
if-
that one.
proficiency in.
Yep.
You know what,
If you have
Cyrus,
proficiency in disguise kits, yes.
I do.
since I'm like supplying stuff and trying to help you out as well, have inspiration.
He's already got inspiration.
No, I will. I roll real
Cyrus
bad.
has got
You can take
Cyrus has
mine.
got his.
Take mine.
Mine's
Okay.
important.
Yeah, take mine. I don't care. What am I gonna use it for? I got Tides of Chaos.
Could
What are you
I...
doing?
No.
How
you-
about that bard inspiration or something?
Let
I'll
Demi.
give it to
Let
myself, not until 11
let
plus.
Demi.
Could give it to
Since I am an eye and I am trained in trying to see through people's disguises and that sort of stuff, could I use either that knowledge to assist me in that sort of way of wearing this disguise?
I'm going to
Or-
say no, because putting on a disguise is a very different skill set as to
Selling it.
seeing
Yeah.
through them. Yeah.
About nitpicking someone's who's bad.
Oh.
So make given you're not per I'm assuming you're not proficient in disguise kits, so just a dexterity or a wisdom check from Xavier.
I'm just gonna have to use a flat roll here because I'm not putting a -1 on that.
Can I give Xavier
No,
my 20?
the 20 is for you.
Since I am present?
No,
I thought
it's for you.
Sorry, I thought you said before
You
that I
you
was-
weren't there, but it's also only for you.
I'll give my inspiration.
To Xavier?
Yeah.
Okay, re-roll your roll, Xavier.
Reluctantly.
completely out of
A 9 is better.
thing. There are currently 2 moths having sex on my art book, and I'm
Nice.
very upset.
That's nasty.
Why?
What?
You-
What?
I turned away to grab a pen, and I turned back, and they're just walking all over.
It's
my
been
book.
7 days.
That's
It's crossing the
nasty.
streams.
It's been 7 days, dude. Did you want to use your ability, your hobgoblin stuff? Because you can do that.
I could. Yeah, I can use 1 fortune of the many to make that a 14.
That's better than what I got.
Yeah.
How many charges would that cost? Or what? 'Cause I've got
Yours will be 1.
So
Yep.
Alpha's will be
It'd be
3
3
because
for
he's dying
Aqua.
his entire body.
Yep.
and
Three
3
for
for
Xavier.
Xavier from Terra's set.
Yep. Okay.
Is
so
anyone,
4
and
from me.
then 1 also to Osiris for Osiris, whoever's giving
5
him
then.
Okay.
I'll do it.
As you all gaze around, look at each other, there is some differences. You know who you guys are underneath, but you all do look different enough to one another that if you met this person randomly, you wouldn't know who they are. With that confidence, do you all strive into the city?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
As I was... Sorry, I forgot that I was
Are you
muted
first?
and no one heard me. So we're just going straight in? Are we planning to come back out? If so, do we want a base of operation? I can have the tower up for 24 hours.
It's not a bad idea.
Is it too close? Like, is there a sort of tower
It'll look like a grain
space
silo, so
area?
it's fine.
Like there's an occasional one outside of the city. Like you guys could place the tower on approach to the city if you want.
Yeah.
A suitable distance away. It's entirely up to you guys.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if there's a spot where there's a no tower zone, like fines applicable sort of stuff.
There is a spot where people don't there's the thing is the merchant ring isn't a clearly defined ring. It kind of has a thing where it sprawls out in some areas and is thinner in other areas, but it's very haphazard because there's no structure or design into how it's planned. It just kind of grows as the area prospers.
I mean, we're wanted for murder. I don't think we're going to worry too much about getting
Not
fined.
murder, just...
All I can smell is Vicks.
Okay, so
God, you're right.
as the lot of you strive into the city, placing a tower, probably an hour out. What are you guys doing? As you enter, you see the city as it is, a large market ring, a bunch of bazaars and shops and shopkeepers talking about their wares. Those with
There are storehouses where people are unloading goods. There's areas people are loading up different goods. There's hawkers walking around with trays full of either food or random bits of cheap jewelry and stuff, trying to sell it to passers-by. Several of whom are trying to get your group's attention. Whether or not you engage with them is up to you all. But it's just cheap stuff buy this pie. I assure you, fresh beef right from the Spark District. Or someone's like, oh, this will look very nice on you. And like, pure jade, I trust. Yes, hard to come in.
I'm very obviously ignoring them.
Yeah.
Terra,
I am clocking guards.
Also, like, the pure jade, absolutely.
Terra,
nice.
and
The meat, totally.
Terra and Aqua, you, because they're not really trying to make a scene or anything, or even if they are, it's kind of, they're not there. You spot a couple people who are sort of sitting in the outline of where the magic of the smokers thing. They look all dusty and dirty. You can assume that they're either beggars or smokes or both, sort of just sitting outside with like hats and signs requesting gold.
I feel like every single time, like, we've got hawkers sort of coming around, like...
How rich... You know, I'm going to incite the people that are begging.
Go ahead.
I want to see if they have ill intentions from... If they're actually poor.
Yeah, while you're saying that, what were you saying, Christine? Selena?
Every single time we sort of, like, hawkers that are coming on, I'm still playing that, like, sick card, like, and she's clearly needing to go in a direction, sort of, like, coughing and sort of walking weakly and everything.
Which just changes which people are approaching you. Like, there's people who are like, yeah, buy food, buy jewelry, and they're like, oh, we have a cure for your ailment, guaranteed to cure blindness. It's awful.
If someone says that, I just pull her away from that person.
Yeah, it happens
With-
once.
With your 15, Aqua, you can't really tell if they're being like untruthful, but you know that they look like they've had a rough life. Like,
You said there's more than one.
there's like periodically, probably about maybe 3 to 4 across the entire like wall section that you're at.
Cool. I'm going to chuck a coin to the witches.
Throw a coin
Thank
to
you
one
kindly,
of the ball you
Sarah.
pass by.
They all get a gold coin today.
So, with you all traveling, who's at the front and who's at the back? Like, how's the lineup going? Who's
I think I'm near the
That would
front.
be leading.
So
I'd
Cyrus
probably be
leading?
leading alongside Osiris as well.
Okay.
I feel like I'd be in
Terra
the
would
center.
probably be with Selene.
Well, if
Okay, so you guys in the middle?
time matched up where people would be meeting me in the place.
Yeah, this is like around the same time as they're expecting to meet you guys.
Cool. I have to start heading there.
I would like to check and clock guard movements, see how what the guard is looking like, how much it is anyone paying attention to us from that perspective, and possible routes of, okay, if we're going to be in a bind here, we can go here, or we could go here.
Right, roll perception.
Yeah. So make
Yeah.
a perception.
15. Before.
So something, even with 13, something you notice that surprises you a little bit is that you look for guards, and it takes you a little while to actually spot guards because none of them are wearing uniforms. You see, it's like there's no guards anywhere, and then you realize that all the people who are guards are like wearing the colors of different merchants, sporting like a club and like a breastplate or something, and they all seem like they're not official guards. They're probably like hirees of something, or like it's more like they're staking claim to a territory.
Okay, so they're more militia or mercenary than actual guard.
Yeah, and in terms of paying attention, with 13, you can't tell how many of them are watching your group directly. You do know you draw some eyes, but then everyone is drawing some eyes who pass us through here. And so Xavier and Akfra, just to kind of like clarify, you two are at the back of the group?
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving to beggars.
I would
Yeah.
like to exude the presence of someone who has other business and not intending to do so, but to look as though as someone who is it's not worth talking to me because I'm just going to blow you off anyway. I'm just going to exude an aura of intimidation that I'm scary and unapproachable. You probably should just avoid me. Not in the way of alert the guards, but more of that character's
An edgelord.
He's a bad mark.
As
yeah.
you're trying to exit this stuff, you see one of the guys walks up to one of the guards walks up to one of the hawkers walks up to Arkva, is like, hey, we've got some remedies, some skin cream to make your friend's resting bitch face a lot better.
Trust me, I've got ways to do that myself.
Oh, alright then.
I mean, if you know of a better way to do it, I'm willing to listen. But let me make it clear, I'm a very hard sell. That's where the intimidation will come in.
I feel like anytime I hear like people doing
We're
like,
gonna
oh
roll
no.
that list right now.
He's your inspiration.
Can I assist? Can I roll because I'm trying to help sell the bit?
I'm not trying to be overly intimidating with that, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm the one with the resting
I
bitch
already found my
face.
inspiration, and you're not in this conversation technically. Yeah, I can accept a 10. That's neutral.
Yep. The person like looks at you and smiles. It's like, ah, yes, very, very strong. Hard sell indeed. It's a good idea around here. You don't want anyone to scam you, and like elbows kind of in direction, like who? But I wouldn't do that. I'm selling honest goods. Great to help anyone out. You know it's
Perception.
bullshit. You don't have to like.
No,
It's
no, I'm
the-
so. Well, actually, natural 17 would let me know if he was trying to, take something per se.
Nah, he doesn't try to like pickpocket you. It's like a friendly, like, ah, yeah, you're a big scary lion man, but I wouldn't scam you. I'm your friend.
I'm just
yeah.
Billy Bob McGoblin, man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, you seem
Wait,
to know
they're
your way
goblins,
around.
yeah?
No, I'm just
right?
it's just a guy.
No,
Yeah.
Well,
He just-
hey,
He's a human. No, he's a genasi.
He's a
He doesn't
human
look
called
like a
Billy
goblin.
Bob McGoblin, man.
Yeah, he's just ugly as shit.
just a
Aw.
quick question.
Yeah,
Where
goblin
would
is an
you say-
insult, not a descriptor in this.
Where would you say someone could get a good bite to eat?
Anywhere here, there's plenty of stores in the market district. If you're looking for exquisite food, Gorgino's down by the docks is pretty good. If you want some good fish, there's a good couple of fish and chipperies down there as well.
Also, look, even you have a 17 passive perception. You also know like these hawker dudes who are going around. They're all wearing these little like not pins but like colored markings. And you notice like there's groups of them. So like you'll find like 3 or 4 of them in an area that are all wearing a similar like marking on their clothes like that. And you can tell like they're individuals who are competing, but they appear to also be kind of groups who are working together in a way.
That's fine. There are a couple of them are sitting nearby, yeah?
Yeah, there's like that. You literally can't go anywhere without there being at least multiple of these guys inside.
And this merchant, this hawker is not with him, I assume, based on the pin thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was good meeting you. I look over the beggars quickly.
Mm-hmm.
If one of you can give me a performance, there's a plat piece in it.
Oh, they all like quickly like
A decent.
you say
I want to see.
say
what's
something like
best.
one of like he was like looks middle aged to elderly, like gets up with his walking stick and is preparing to do a little dance, but then a few of them all also try to get up. Let me just do 4 d20s. Why not? Someone's doing. They're all fucking. As soon as you like a platinum, they're all like, "All right, let's fucking go." And someone's just. The old man has dropped his stick and is doing a full-on breakdance.
You see, like, this is a dude who is like, he's like, oh, money for the disabled, I can barely walk. You're like, he just jumps up and is like, fall down the fucking vibe.
I love this.
I'm gonna regret this in 12 minutes, but
That's fine. I'll approach.
There's a new
approach
corner
him
elsewhere.
I'll approach him once they're all done.
Mhm.
Okay, you sir, you've won yourself a black piece.
Thank you.
Where's the care house in this place? I've heard it's a great place to check out for.
Oh, the care house is in the Smoke District. In the Slough Streets.
Slow streets.
Oh, well, it's not too far then, I assume.
Do you just...
It's around the eastern.
Yes.
Yeah, eastern side of the city, but it's a little bit of a walk, but not too far.
I appreciate that, and as I'm walking away, I'll toss a gold piece to the other three, so then I'm completely...
Oh, thank you kindly.
Yeah, even with like passive insight, you noticed that the three of them were getting ready to mug the man you just gave the platinum piece to.
Oh no!
But then you gave them gold, and they're like, "Alright, fine."
He did break dance really well. Guess you won't shank him in his sleep.
Yeah, you guys move on.
They weren't. Someone else.
Honestly, I probably...
To be
just
fair,
wouldn't
he's
want
armed,
for
but he
today.
has a cane. He's ready to throw down.
You
I
make a
don't
little bit
know.
of a. You guys make a little bit of a ripple with your actions, but it's like for the most part your disguises seem to be holding up. You do pass by a board that literally has all of your wanted posters listed, but it seems like other people in the area don't pay enough attention to the lot of you to see through your disguises. So your disguises must be good enough to deceive just the average passerbys.
Good.
Well, the point's to blend in with the public, and I'm sure there are a lot of assholes here who want entertainment for free.
After an additional 10 or 20 so minutes, you guys finish wandering through. The streets are not like it's not a straight walk. You have to meander through curving roads and getting slowly closer towards the smoke. And eventually you reach the edge of the smoke itself when you pass into it. And it's almost like day turns not to night, but to like an early dusk as it gets a lot darker very quickly. Your vision is reduced quite a lot as you can now only see a 30, 40-ish feet ahead of you by this thick layer of semi-obscuring smoke.
As the three of you have never been here before, Xavier, Akvo, and Terra, please roll con checks. Con saves.
Is this for a
I was gonna
disease?
check up a cloth if I assumed it, but...
It's not a disease, no.
It's to breathe.
You want to breathe?
Do I realize quick enough with that to put up a goddamn cloth?
Yeah, this is like
I'm
you
definitely doing
breathe
that.
and go, oh shit, no, and you cover your mouth. Xavier as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the two of you were caught off guard enough where it's like, you breathe in a lungful of this stuff and it's not good. And you both start coughing and you see everyone else is like starting to cover their mouths because I'm assuming everyone else does.
Yes.
I remember how bad it was the first time I went through.
Yeah.
Using old fabric from just old clothes.
And yeah, Akva, you get there, right before you pass into the smoke, you smell like the acrid smell of it, and you're like, fuck no, and you cover your mouth. No outlying effects, it just catches you both off guard as you start coughing.
Oh, I'll tell the others. Even though we know where we're going, the others were kind enough over there to tell me where the care house is.
I also could have just shown you.
Look, we gotta blend in a little.
We just going straight there?
No.
no.
It does not seem
No.
to behoove us.
I just want to see what they'd say.
So Osiris, you would know, given you know where the Thunderhead is, as you were given instructions on how to get there before. The Thunderhead is in the section of the smoke called the Golden Roads, which, given you spent a bit of time here months ago now, you know that the Golden Roads is like the northern section of the slum. The smoke is split up into multiple sections, which are not static. They're based on which gangs control majority of those areas. And you would know from these areas, like the Golden Roads is the northern area. It's called that because it's like all the rich traders and whatnot pass through these areas. But it's also where you find the majority of like brothels and stuff that you'll find in the smoke. And that's also where you'll find the Thunderhead. Just to fill out the rest of it, you guys know on the east side, there's the Slough Streets, which are just an area of very... Like, they call the Slough Streets because it is a mishmash of many, many small gangs who control, like, some of them only control, like, a few blocks, some of them control entire roads. No one really controls the whole area. It's also where you'll find the Care House. On the south is where you'll find the Salt. Pretty obvious. It's the area closest to the docks, controlled by another gang itself. And the opposite end is another one called Soot Row, which was a section of the smoke that actually partially burnt down due to some catastrophe a few years ago, and is being partially rebuilt but not completely. And in the center of it all, between the two hills, there is a section called the Cleft, which everyone who's been to Ghislaine, everyone, even those who lived here, it's like, don't go to the Cleft.
The Cleft is truly like the slummiest part of the city.
Okay, cool.
No gang controls that area, and no one wants to.
And that's exactly where we're
So yeah, what are you guys doing? And now that you're in the actual smoke itself, where are you going?
Osiris starts going to the place.
The Thunderhead? Alright.
It's Osiris is like the
Thunder-
undercover
Yeah.
name.
You start
Yeah.
looking around, looking for the Thunderhead. Are you gonna go look for someone to tell you how to get there, or just gonna try and go off the memory of a call that you had?
I'll go off the memory.
Alright. Uh,
If he looks like he's struggling, I'll probably try for a bit of a
go ahead.
streetwise.
what's your passive wisdom?
I'll wait for him
Osiris, your passive wisdom's a 12. You start walking, trying to find your way. It's pretty, like, it's a little difficult because you can't really see that well. You don't really spend a lot of time in the smokes when you were here studying and before. So you're finding a bit of a struggle, which point Christine can go for a check if she wanted.
Yeah, just sort of seeing like that he's like having a bit of like just that.
So you're gonna ask where the whorehouse is?
Yeah, I'll ask for the places, sure. She'll go confident.
Who are you and what have you done with Christine?
She's half succubus, that's what happened.
So you ask around a few people. You say like, oh, where can I find like the Thunderhead? People look at you like the first person you ask looks at you like that. You're looking for a okay, yeah, totally. And
She's showing like full confidence with it too.
Yeah, like that's why they're caught off guard. They're like, this woman is walking up to me in the street and asking me where to find a brothel. All right. Though like a few people like look at you weird and just walk away without saying anything. But people eventually, like, you ask a few and they give you strange looks, but they give you ideas like directions. Like, I walk down here, turn left at this unnamed road, pass by this area, then turn right at this other unnamed road, past this burnt down husk of a building, and then you'll find it over here. You start following the directions.
Basically, like, as she gets like these directions stuff, it's like each person that she like sort of gets the directions from is like a smile and a wave, like as like she sort of leaves.
As the group starts walking towards there, as you're probably maybe about 100 meters away, Selena, as you're pulling off your blind woman thing, can you make a dexterity saving throw, please?
Sure.
As with an 8, you bump into someone and the both of you fall to the ground, and you hear like a crash, and it's like, no, what are you doing, you daft woman? You've ruined all this food I was saving up for months.
Oh, I'm sorry. She just sort of looks up with the blindfold on.
I'm gonna help bring her back up to her feet.
You help her up, and you see like this man. He's like a not like a tall man. He's like a pretty average height man, but like a bit wide in the shoulders. He was carrying like some jar of something, and as he stepped out of an alleyway, almost directly into Selena's path, and she bumped right into him, and he dropped this large jar that shattered and scattered its contents over the ground. He gets things
Very
like,
sorry about that.
Demand compensation. That was at least a month's worth of saving.
I cast detect thoughts.
Go ahead.
Well, to be fair, you bumped into a blind woman. How much you asking?
Sorry, I won't put food in my mouth. This was supposed to fill about 20 people. Like, I demand 5 gold, 10 gold. And Osiris, you hear, easiest mark of my life, blind woman.
I'm going to, before even like getting this information, I'm going to get an inside check to be like,
Yeah.
what he's doing.
I just used telepathy to tell you that he knows full well what he did.
at the same time, when you guys are doing that, Akfor and Kara, you both have high enough passive perceptions that you notice a few other people approaching from other areas, and as one of the boys goes, you're just wasting all this food. What, they're gonna run into you and not even cover it? And someone else is like, that's just disrespectful. You're not even gonna pay for it. You should be ashamed.
I burst into like a massive fit of coughing.
Tara,
Like,
Okay,
you shouldn't be anywhere near me. I'm rather contagious.
We live in the smoke, lady. Who gives a shit?
I immediately
Don't wanna
will
catch
move
what I've
forward.
got.
I want to move forward, put my hand up in front of him. I didn't say I wasn't going to pay you. Hold on, don't get mad just yet. And as I'm gonna reach down, I'm gonna grab out one gold piece. To be fair, look where you're going if you've got something expensive. And I'm gonna grab out a second gold piece and put that one back. Why should I have to give you anything when you're the one running into a blind woman? And I'm gonna stare directly into, being like, I know what you're doing.
This is
You'll
like
hear
fronts
in
on
his
you.
head. You better answer carefully.
This guy like fronts on you as you like try basically holding this money in front of him and be like, no, I'm not gonna pay you. Why should I? Like, I'll pay you, but only if I feel like it. And he just like steps up. He was like, you waste all that food. My children will go hungry because of you, and the rest of my friends. I'm gathering what we can to survive, and you walk around here flaunting your gold. Despicable. And then the voice in his head, he's like, oh, of course, Sparks doing all this. As he looks around, not knowing who did the telepathy, and the other guy's like, oh, you're coming down from your hill? Just to make our lives even harder? Why don't you just go fuck off back up there then? It's like,
And then I'm gonna pull like Slater along with me. He's like, I guess we will then, and just move along.
there's like 4 or 5 people have come on from one side and like kind of forming a ring around you guys.
Yeah.
You really want to do this?
Tara is going to approach one of them to be like, you want to know a fun fact about snails?
Do I pause and look
Snails
around?
shit on their head. Do you want to shit on your head too?
Make an intimidation check.
Can she have advantage for that, please? I think
It's
she deserves it.
strange enough that it could potentially do something, but it's like, it's the pure oddity of the statement that lets her even roll.
There's a moment where I really should have just rolled my 20 for that dex roll. But this is fine.
Well, she like as she said the last part, she's getting like a shit-eating grin on her face.
The dude like looks really confused and then concerned as you start smiling at him like really wide, and he looks around to the other guys. Osiris, you have detect thoughts still on. Are you just scanning this guy or the people around?
The people around. I want to know who's going to jump first.
You immediately from the surface thoughts of everyone around, you can tell these guys are all in on this.
Oh, of course.
It's pretty obviously like, to someone who can read minds, you can tell like these guys are all part of this, and it's not even just like the 5 guys who are near you. There's like 4 other people who are sitting on the other side of the road. They're also in on this. There's like 2 guys down the road a bit. They're also in on this. From scanning, you can be like they actively are thinking like, so these are the marks that were labeled this time. This will be fun. And that guy backs up a step back towards the alley, but the other people are like, so you're just gonna go on? You're wasting all this stuff. You guys give us your food.
Osiris, do you tell me this as well? Everyone that we've? Do you tell everyone that they've telepathically that they've just trying to mark us and shit?
No, because I do this. So he hears in his head again, fine, over there, and without any gesturing or anything, I'm going to use major image to just create sackfuls of food.
What are the components of major image? Like somatic, verbal, material, etc.?
Yeah, all of them. It's all.
All of them? Okay. Okay, one sec.
Oh no.
This would be the one time I wish I had.
You
that as
do
well.
this. You do all the components, the somatic, the verbal, everything you need, and you summon the bag full of food, and the dude who's like backing away from Terra is distracted enough from her that he doesn't seem to realize that you're casting a spell.
No.
And when you like gesture over in the direction he looks, and he looks at it, and he just looks real confused. He's like, you know what is it? There wasn't food there, but there was just. we? And like he's just so damn confused by the moment. And at the same time, when there's like this momentary pause of like he's confused, and that makes the dudes around you all confused, and the
I
people
start
waiting are like, what's going
just
on?
moving, like just
Yeah, we're-
walking in a direction, just like trying to like, come on guys, let's go.
Yeah,
Not
with
saying
this
things
point of
in their heads,
confusion-
it's just like,
with this point of confusion-
confused is good.
Yeah, with this point of confusion, if anyone's actually not moving straight away, I will like use the cantrip messages to be like, we gotta go now.
I mean,
Tara
I'll
will
still
follow,
stand
but
there.
she'll be walking backwards, still facing the people, just to keep an eye out.
So as you start moving, there's a moment where like the dudes who are trying to like kind of pen you guys in, start stepping forward, like no, you're not going anywhere, and then you hear another just past them, a familiar voice to Osiris. And you go, ah, there you all are. I didn't know you'd be this early. Thought you'd be a little later in the day. And you see Clarence as he just casually pushes through these people like they're not even there, and just physically takes you by the hand, Osiris, and starts like leading you like just down the street. And that's enough of like it's that momentary confusion, and then Clarence showing up and just leading you away. Like, oh, they know someone here. They just step aside a bit and start letting you all walk away.
Yes, it has been a while as we meander on.
Yeah, I didn't expect you all to have here. Honestly, I thought you were still going to be another day, but good thing I found you all. Sorry about my friends here, as he looks over towards the other guys. I'll reimburse you the food some other time, or maybe you'll find something in that sack. And the guy in the alley's still like, but wait, there shouldn't.
What?
And he's walking towards them like,
I
there
wouldn't
shouldn't be
trust what you
food here.
see.
And before he has the moment to like properly investigate them, Clarence has you all whisked just far enough away down the street that you get away from this large crowd of clearly like attempting to shake you guys down for some money.
Yeah.
Although I would argue that fucking 10 gold pieces is worth it compared to a 3rd level spell slot, but
As you walk, when you're like 10 gold pieces, Clarence is even just like, it's just a bunch of pebbles that are just cut up to make it look like grain. It's not even food.
I assumed as much.
I was looking forward to shaking their hands.
As
Trust me, it wouldn't end there if you did.
as a lot of you look, you see this human man. He's got like long hair tied up in a ponytail, wearing this black cloak. With your passive perception,
I'll say to all of you, he is the most generic-looking human
yeah,
you've ever seen.
brown hair, brown eyes.
Everything
if you
about
look
him
up
is
human in the
super generic.
dictionary, his face
Uh,
is there.
Yeah,
Is it like
is-
uncanny? Like,
it's a bit uncanny. It's like he is average height, average build. His hair is like a perfect, like a neutral brown. He has like regular brown eyes. He's not attractive, but not ugly. He is just like, he is the epitome of just like a neutral image of a person.
if it's
Is he
sitting,
Is he photorealistic? Is he a photorealistic NPC?
No,
No, he's just like I said, just the most generic-looking human you've ever seen.
if he's giving uncanny vibes, could I be able to see if there's any like sort of disguise to it?
go ahead. Tara, with your 18, you notice that like he's mainly just wearing these dull colors, like a dull brown and stuff. This black cloak, but like hooking the two ends of the cloak together is this like silver little S symbol with 2 lines in it, which you don't know what that is.
Oh, dude, it's the S symbol.
Also, Cyrus can probably also
Well,
spot that
yeah,
because you know
that's
to
what I was
look for
gonna say,
the members of the clasp
The shroud.
It's the West Side.
or the shroud, whatever. I always
South
forget the
side.
name of what the
The
thing
clasp
right.
is the clasp is from Critical Role, Darian. We're gonna be stealing.
Listen, single syllable weird thievy groups.
No,
Oh, you're
monos,
an
they dual
but
syllable,
yeah, with the
shut up.
6, you're just like, this is the most average guy I know.
I don't know.
As he
Like, a changeling wouldn't even be able to turn into it because there's not enough features.
Yeah.
Also, as you all start walking, he leads you into what looks like just a rough and tumble building with the fucking a sign with like red paint that's got marks of other fucking shit on it, like black streaks and whatever, and it's just on red paint it says the Thunderhead spelt like stupid.
It's like there's no vowels. It's just like It's somehow Thunderhead, despite there being no vowels.
Thunderhead.
It's HD at the end, but you still understand it's somehow head.
Someone's trying to get their own.
So
fucking
that-
license
Yeah.
plate.
Yeah, that's all it has on it.
And as you
And like this paint is like clear someone's painted over it more than once, and then like it's been replaced several times.
as you all enter, he just like looks at the guy at the front, gives a nod. The guy nods and leads you into a back room.
As you make your way
Private
back,
session.
you start reaching like the building itself is quite tall. It's like 4 stories ish. It's rather ramshackle, and as you start going through, when he leads you through the side hallway, you realize you walk further than the building should be, and as he opens up, you actually seem to open into a completely different building.
I am still blindfolded until we're completely.
Eventually, he leads you to a room that doesn't have a door, but it has like a silk stained satined curtain, and he like pulls it open, and he like ushers you all inside.
As you all enter this room, it's a rather large, spacious area. There's like a surprisingly nice table with some like plates set on it, like a candle that's lit in the middle, providing some nice light. There's some stairs off the side that lead up to what look like private little areas. Could be bedrooms, could be studies. You're not sure. It appears like almost like an inn of sorts, but also like a house-ish. But sitting at the table, you see 4 individuals, and off to the side, in a chair reading a book, you see a 5th. Most of you recognize the 4 individuals at the table, and one of you especially recognizes the individual sitting by themselves off in the corner. As you all see sitting at the table,
You see,
Garrett, Siggs,
Are you kidding me?
yeah,
No!
you see the 4 of them sitting at the table.
No!
And-
As you get in, you walk in, like they all turn and look, and Garrett's
I
like,
hate him.
well, god damn! As I live in and by themselves, off in the
as
corner
you,
of the room.
Selena, as you take your
I
blindfold off,
One day.
you say, "What is all this noise?" And Selena, sitting by herself, not dressed in her regal clothes as she's all, is your mother, Morgana Ghislaine.
Oh! Oh!
mother?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Escaping, making sure that Parnell can't get his hands on me?
Well, I guess I came here to help, but I feel like that's not going to happen.
So, 2 mothers for the price of 1.
She has a look. You see as
I'm not making any eye contact with her.
she is sober for like the first time you've ever seen her, that you remember. She's just looking over you as if like you've changed a lot. You shouldn't have come. It's not safe.
I know.
If you knew, then why did you come? You're smarter than this.
Maybe I'm not. But you're coming here for a purpose, and we're getting out.
And Clarence.
I need to know if Nathaniel's okay. I'm assuming. I just need to know if he's alive.
He's alive. He's currently running the country under the being a pawn for Parnell. But if you're only here for a small thing, then that's good. It's tactical.
We're definitely not going to storm the gates if that's what you were worried about. There's just something that we need to get, and then I guess we're planning on.
No, I know that no one's that stupid to go take on a country. The country's main castle. That'd be asinine.
I'd actually
When-
considered it.
When he's like, no one's super big on country, there's a punch on the table as Garrett's like, a country can't stop the people!
This one can. Shut up.
with him.
She's been like this every day.
Oh, I want to turn to them. It's like, what are you guys doing here?
Well, bro, we're like here to deal with oppression, as always. Yeah,
but-
man.
And how's that going?
How did you? Why? Isn't there oppression happening in Telmaris anyway?
It turns out abolishing taxation really difficult. So we thought, next best thing, segregation.
We want to separate all the magic people from the non-magic people and put the magic back into the hands of the people.
Hey,
Just let them have that moment.
I don't know if this is a good thing to hear.
A fantastic distraction.
Hey, Turtle. There's some fish guy saying he was looking for you.
Yes, where's he at?
He's been in one of the other rooms, like, renting a place out. We'll go grab him.
Thank you.
Who's this fish guy using?
Oh, you'll see.
So with the commotion of everyone down here, you hear a loud bang as one of the doors upstairs is thrown open, and out bursting from one of the rooms, you
Behind
see.
the corner.
Hmm?
I want to like move to the side so I'm like a bit less visible somewhere else.
Yeah. What was the type of fish? He was now?
A dragonfish.
Dragonfish.
A dragonfish. You see a dragonfish triton burst out from a room, look down at you all, and then leap over the banister and just fall towards the ground as he's like, "You're alive! You made it! That's awesome! Who'd you kill? What'd you do?" I'm sorry, wouldn't tell me. What did you
You
guys
see,
do? Why didn't you let me come?
You see his metal mask that he had before has been fitted to fit his new face more. A large pair of goggles have been made that he's got resting on his head. He looks teched out.
Does it seem like he's had an easier time achieving what he wants now that he has a different skeletal structure?
Who
Yeah,
knows?
He has different. You see, like the wrist-mounted launcher he used to have is still there, but it's got a few new bits and bobs on it, and seems to be remade for his new body. As Akva, you don't recognize this fish man,
Yeah, I
but
was
he's
gonna
carrying
say.
all of Nerisian's gear.
Are the pieces like slipping together at all?
Holy shit, you're back. What the fuck? Where did you go?
I think I can tell that.
Yeah.
Also, who are you? He points to Taro. And you. What happened to the bird?
Oh, I
We
became
have-
the bird.
We have a lot of catching up to do.
Akbar is going to approach suitcase.
You're big. Still.
He's going to pick suitcase up in a hug.
Crushing bones. Good to see you too. Ah.
As you pick him
Birds
up
should
and
be a lot
Hello,
denser.
fish bones.
You know, it's not that hard.
as you pick him up and like bring him into this, I'm assuming hub.
It's like
You
a
see
bear hug. Lion hug.
Christine, you're trying to remain hidden, but there is a noticeable point when Nerisian looks over, sees you clearly, and then just looks away without saying anything.
Selena's like many emotions going on at the moment. She's sort of just like overwhelmed. It's like the first time she's seen Nerisi, and she kind of didn't really get a proper goodbye. And she's, you know, her mother's there as well, so she's kind of just like standing back with like confusion.
Yeah, he's like, Selena, Sarah, it's been too long. I met your mum. She was mean. Then she wasn't mean. Then she was mean again. Sorry, Miss Ghislaine. Still.
Go away.
I should probably let him go at this point.
I have no regrets about the decisions I've made.
I'll put Nerisian down. It's good to see you're alive, sorta.
I am alive. I am also no longer a dragon. I am now a fish. I don't think it's an upgrade, more of a side grade, sometimes a downgrade, sometimes not a down. I can breathe underwater.
We can
Didn't
check
know
that
that.
later, once things are settled. And now, people I haven't met. Next thing, Arthur's gonna walk over to Miss Ghislaine. So
She's just sitting in a chair with a book. Like,
you're the mother of the one I threw in the water over there.
Technically, that would be a crime if she were a princess.
Yeah, we didn't know at the time.
Oh,
Well,
she
not
still
a
isn't,
princess
remember?
per se.
It's a,
Abdicated.
it's a pleasure to meet you, and Arkville will actually, offer his water shake.
This is the first sense of decorum I've had since I got here. That's nice.
Like sits up properly and like shakes your hand and does the whole like, Morgana Ghislaine, nice to meet you. You would be.
Arkville will actually lean in, gently give the hand kiss. This is the most he's done in terms of being polite to anyone.
I lean to Selena. I think Arkva has a thing for your mom. I've never seen him so docile.
Selena's mom has got going on.
Yes,
I'm so confused.
I don't know if we're going to be working together at all, but I should probably give my greetings to the others here, looking over towards the ones that I think is when I got the name Little Kid.
Yeah, like Garrett is standing at the table and he sees you. He's like full arms out wide. He's like,
yeah.
little kid.
This is happening. Barbarian
like-
hug.
Yeah, there's like the aggressive, like manly man hug. Like there's both of you like full arms wrapped around each other. It's like, we thought you were dead, man. You guys disappeared. There were water posters. What did you do? You can't let the man know where you are.
I've been wanted far longer than they have.
Yeah, I still don't know. Who are you two?
I'm Kara.
I'm Xavier. Pleasure.
Cool.
I used to go by Judas, but
Judas. Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, quick side. He like brings like Selena and Akva to like to a group huddle. So I'm proud of you doing crimes and stuff, and next time obviously we'll invite, but I think the best way to hide from the cops is not to bring one with you.
Oh, he's an ex-parole officer.
He's also wanted.
Yeah.
He's actually wanted for a crime far worse than what I committed.
That doesn't... You... He's just confused, tilts his head. Alright,
Trust me, he's fine. If he acts up, I punch him.
That...
You know
So-
what? He's actually kind of right on that. I wouldn't believe. I would believe it.
Just thinking about the dynamics in this room, it's like,
It's real odd.
missing, emotional hug to a fish. Super fucking polite to royalty. Ex-royalty? I don't know. And then, this.
Sorry, I need to one moment, and Xavier would approach Madame Ghislaine, go into a full nail, hand over shoulder. I've been traveling with your daughter for a while now. I've been trying my best to keep her safe, Madame Ghislaine. Glad to see that you are okay. I got the impression that things were very bad.
She looks at you kneeling and like doing the whole like respectful, like knightish kind of thing. Like, oh, and she's just like, I'm gonna give you one chance to get up before I light you on fire.
Lean to Selena again. I think he's got competition.
She's just like,
I'm
if she could
sorry.
get any whiter at this point.
I'm sorry, Madame Ghislaine. It's just not used to royalty or anything of that aspect.
It's fine.
Had
Technically
enough
I'm
life.
bedridden and this is enough decorum for a while. It's good to be back home.
Okay, there's one final thing I'd like to do in this circle of events going on. I want to return over to Christine.
Mm-hmm.
Just
You
the
sort of
post.
see her like trying to like get as little sight towards anyone as possible, and is like kind of holding her arms like
As
she's,
I
like,
approach you, I
breaking.
will intentionally block your vision to the rest of the room. Like, stand in front of you.
It's just like she's breaking. No,
Hey, roll the tape.
thank you.
Yeah.
I guess as you roll it, it's like, now might be a good time to talk things out. And I imagine that's when.
Do your
Let's
thing!
get out before this happens.
Oh my god.
god, if you burn my face while I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
this to you.
Roll your 10. This really brings out the worst of your fucking inner fears, huh? Oh, it crashed her computer.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
That is the ultimate Ragnarok.
That is
Full-
the ultimate Ragnarok.
Still, I'm gonna wait for it to come back to the full 10 for the full 10
We need to
roll.
know. A 10 roll.
As
Every round for 1 minute, so it's 10 rolls.
as you all as like they've walked away to like have this conversation, Morgana's just like, well, now that the pleasantries are out of the way, I think we should talk about war. I'm sick and tired of listening to these four discuss how they're going to destroy the Majocracy and then readjust the Majocracy.
You wait till they get to the part where they don't do anything about it.
If everyone knows magic, then it's not magic.
Everyone can't learn magic, you stupid asshole.
They could
What-
learn
what would be-
if you all weren't hiding it up on your towers.
Okay, can that be very clear with you? Good sir. I'm trying to single-handedly overthrow a tyrannical dictatorship. That's not happening anytime soon. You don't mess with the mages. They can turn you.
Don't even get to finish talking as he physically wipes a tear from his eye and then embraces you in a massive hug. He's like, you are a brother for the cause!
You know what? At this point, as he's hugging me, I'm making a competition. I'm gonna hug him back harder.
Starved for affection.
Well,
Just start crying.
I feel some sort of connection with this man.
If you're gonna be one of us, we need to give you a nickname.
boss, who was here last time?
What?
It was like Spicy Red or something?
Oh my god, it's Spicy Red.
Indeed, spicy red.
What happened to you? Back then you were such a stick in the mud. You've grown so much, I'm so proud of you.
Well, the cops I was with put a.
You see
bounty on
Morgana
my
flicks her
head.
hand, and then just no noise is coming from the two of them anymore. It's like, I'm done.
Oh, thank
No.
you.
Later breathes a sigh of relief.
Wait, it's a 20-foot radius, isn't it?
Sure.
So who else is not talking?
It's positioned just so the two of you are covered by it.
Now we can
As
get
soon
to.
as
Do you want to finish?
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, you wanna make your 10 rolls already?
So I was banging my hand on the desk so hard that I crashed my
Jeremy, I feel a little bad about what I said to Christine now because I feel bad about that.
I don't. I think that's great.
I've never been so happy.
So I don't know what you heard after the first like
Nothing.
loud sound.
We didn't even hear the loud sound.
Oh, good, because there were multiple.
I didn't hear anything.
My hand hurts.
So, just for the flavor of this right before it happens, before you make your
Go
10
for
rolls and you rejoin, you're all like in the corner, a bubble of emotions. Nerissine is in the room. Everyone's having talks. The bubble of silence is put over Xavier and Garrett, and also every other member of Tsunami at the table.
Ragnarok,
You see-
fuck.
There's a moment where like there's like no one kind of between you and Nerissine. He's looking around, and he goes to start moving back up towards the stairs, and he just looks over you and goes, I'm gonna go invent something. Try not to kill anyone else on the way out. And he starts walking off, and that's when the Ragnarok triggers.
Oh, that hurts, but fair, that hurt.
I regret being right next
But
to you.
fair. You are going to, probably, man. I'm so sorry. And I'm so sorry to anyone else in this room.
You should be sorry for
Ow.
Selena's mom.
Yeah, yes,
You
that's
could
the
kill
worst
her
part.
mom.
No, the mum's on the opposite side.
As you like, just as the bubble goes down, you just Dimitri, you can like as soon as like they can't hear talking, you see Garrett gets all like defensive, and all the people immediately like turn to her and start saying this is oppression, like, but you can't hear it at all. Obviously, like just shouting at her for like magic, Majocracy things. You know, having this by yourself, they can just walk out of the bubble and they can be heard, but they don't. They don't know that, and they won't know that.
Are we ready? What was it? Above
Yes.
50?
Yep.
One. Uh-oh.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. That's not good. Let's just
Okay.
roll first.
No.
Roll.
2. Nice.
Nice.
That's the second number. I've actually got that written.
3.
No, that doesn't count.
Now, re-roll that one.
Okay. 3. Fuck.
Okay.
This is number 4. Number 4.
Yep.
Cool. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. Number 7. Number 7. Fuck you,
Number
number 7.
7. Number 7.
Okay. Another one.
Yep.
Number 8. They're useless to me. Oh. No! Come on! Come on! Why do I have to reroll that one? Number 8. Number 9. Number 10. Oh my
Okay.
Christ. How is that
So,
gonna work?
first
In order.
you spawn 4 angelic cherubs that start floating their way towards the room. Then,
Can I block?
No! I can't!
then...
Then you gain a spell
Yep.
slot back.
Oh, crap,
Oh no,
already
then
used that,
everyone...
so-
You start fainting.
Everyone rolls a wisdom saving throw, please, against her spell save DC.
It is.
Is this a charm effect?
No. This is a sex number.
It is 16.
The first one, AJ, the first roll was for Morgana, and the next
I
5
want
with
to roll my
everyone
nat
else.
20 for that because she is.
Okay.
Okay,
you want to
can use your nat
burn
20.
your nat 20 on
Thank
that? That's right.
I refuse to be
Uh,
attracted to my half sister.
No, it's not that.
No, you're not attracted to it. You just... The only thing you can say is nice and shake your head approvingly at her.
But only for that one thing.
Yeah. for a
Um,
minute.
Morgana succeeds. Clarence succeeds.
I don't.
That's the 4 members of Tsunami and Nerissa.
Nerisian fails. And so does Akva and and Xavier. You just look at her, nod, and go, nice.
In my defense, I was trying to tell her to go.
Alright.
You then
So you recovered a spell slot, she started glowing and gained resistances to radiant, necrotic, and psychic
you
damage.
then
You disappear.
yep.
Where do I go? Where do I roll?
Is it
Yeah.
D8? D6?
Yeah. Roll a d12.
Okay. Take me
Please don't be
somewhere
hell
else.
again. Please
Gotta
please
make it
don't
a
be hell
scroll
again.
No, this is the upper half. It only
Ah,
goes
okay.
positive.
1,
Get me back home, man. I wanna go home.
5, 6, 7.
Can I force myself to go?
Okay,
to the fifth round?
you teleport to... We didn't write this down. You teleport...
Oh, is it these ones?
it's the last one, yeah.
Or one
Okay.
hand.
So you standing in this room in this smoked, kind of surprisingly nicely decorated, but also still smoked room, and then you vanish and appear in a beautiful glade
Oh.
of grass. You hear birdsong in the distance. You see like these massive trees. In the distance, you see like it's almost like a moon, except it's incredibly close. It's like a massive planetoid that has like an entire other like geography on it. Like it's like a huge desert on one. You see another one's all mountainous terrain. A third is like almost like islands in an ocean, all flying nearby. Yeah, you just appear there.
Oh.
You gain another spell slot back.
I've already gone max, doesn't matter.
Yep. You reappear back in the room. You gain an advantage on insight and intimidation for the next minute.
Cool.
And then everyone in the room starts glowing.
I did it twice.
Yep. Honestly, given it 2 times in a row, everyone in the room, including you, is glowing. With all that happening, and everything going on with you suddenly doing this, Nerisian looks at you, nods, just says, nice, and then walks upstairs.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
Strength.
I don't know why it's a strength save.
Hang on, what?
AJ, you mute.
Oh, all 4 of the spirits go out the door that you came through and just explode the wall.
That's
That
convenient.
is convenient.
Why?
Very
Why?
fire.
Why does it always have to be when we're at the fucking heart of everything that's a
Because
problem? Why?
Okay,
Did you force me
okay,
to problem
okay,
child?
okay. It's because you're in the heart of
Yeah.
everything that's a problem that you have to make the roll to begin with.
No, just, why does it have to be Ragnarok? Why? It could have been any. I would have taken one of them.
Okay.
Oh,
Because you're
All right, calm down.
yeah, I know I'm the problem.
As Morgana like just watches this,
God damn it.
fucking Morgana's gonna roll an Arcana check. That's what she's gonna roll.
Oh, that's not how Oh no! No, go away, please. It's fine. You saw nothing.
Would
Please
you
don't
know
look at me.
about Christine's existence?
Please don't look at me.
I feel like she would know about
I mean, she could
Christine's
just go,
existence.
huh?
How do you have that magic?
She flinches at that. Definitely. And I'm gonna run out the room. Like, into the corridor, basically.
Extenuating circumstances.
They told me about my husband's dalliance. Never made someone. But I guess they lied to me. But hey, it was the caretaker. So that's par.
Tell me what calm did you do today? Come back.
Unfortunately, that is why we are here.
That was
Getting
what I was going to say.
her mother out.
Alright, what do you need?
Well, they're in the care house. I'm not sure how. But it is apparently, from what I hear from everybody, they are under the influence of a feeble mind. Possibly of fiendish nature. Assuming a succubus. So I have a way to get them out immediately, but they don't want me to kill them, so
You'd have to find her first, and knowing what that man's capable of, high-level magic, being true polymorph, you're going to have a hard time finding that. And this is the woman who seduced my husband?
Yes,
what
this,
better than a succubus?
this would
apparently.
very well be a cuckold situation you find yourself in, and I apologize in advance for inferring you be a part of this.
I'm sorry about these circumstances in which we meet.
I don't think that she should have to be a part of this at all. This is our problem.
We can get you out of the city safely.
I'm not going to step down and let you do this without any information. I might not go with you and save the woman, but I'll at least assist you in doing so with the information I know. I'd like to meet her, but I don't think in that state is the best way to do so.
Where do you plan to go after this? Once you get
I'm
out?
staying in the capital. Until we get resources and allies, we need someone with eyes and ears on the place.
I feel like the best place would be Telmarus. I feel like they've got their own problems. Arky's apparently there.
That's where we went.
I had
Good.
a plan that maybe we go there, help them with their predicament, and that way we helped them, they help us.
The situation may be at Ship's Creek, dear, but if anyone can give Arnell a chance and one of his money, it's going to be me.
Just don't get yourself killed.
Selena, my dear, I have never been in my element since before you were born, and I'm back in my element.
Yeah.
You do look like you're having More fun than I can ever.
Osiris, roll a history check.
Yeah, okay.
May I roll an insight check to see
Go
if
ahead.
someone is letting on more than
Anyone who
she's
wants to roll
letting on?
insight on her can.
Yeah.
Did I ever hear
Don't
any
think I can.
stories about her from before she was married?
Yeah.
Claude probably could have told you some stuff, so you
Yeah.
can roll history if you'd like as well.
Okay.
Xavier, with that, you can really tell this is like the way she's talking. It's you've seen people like this before, and it's like
This isn't bravado.
almost like a soldier. Yeah, this is like a soldier who's been to war, come back, has had to sit around for years, and is finally allowed to go back to war. And it's like all they've been.
Selena, with
Oh,
your
no.
history, you remember a tale about how Court told about Mother, how your mother and your father met at university at the Ghislaine Institute of Magic. Before that, she grew up in the smokes. And that on their very first encounter, she beat him in a wizard's duel by kicking him in the dick and walking away.
And that was a side of my mother that I've always wanted to see, but I've never got to see.
I mean, from other stories you've
Kill
learned,
for that one.
from other stories you've heard about,
That
it,
won't
like,
help.
it's like as a kid growing up, you're like, that can't be my mom. She's just like really sad all the time. But like the things that Court would tell you is like, her and Xavier knew each other from a very young age. They both ended up in the military back when the Concordant invaded, and they both ended up fighting on the front lines. And that's where like the stories are like, oh, that's where they fell in love and all that shit. And it's like, you've never really fully understood the capacity of your mother, but you remember being told that she had several like decorations for activities in wartime.
At one point, she would have like idolized her, but like feared her a little bit. And then like as she got older, it would have just been like a resentment that she never really got to like talk to her or anything. That she'd never really given her any time.
Yeah, again, this is like what she's saying is backed up by is not backed up by bravado. This woman believes she can, and you believe that she could also fuck this guy up if she wanted to.
Okay.
Also, with that, you remember like your mother's specific. Every wizard picks their own area of magical expertise. Sorcerers don't have to worry about that as much, but people focus in different areas. You remember hearing that your mother is, in all fact, a war mage.
She is an evoker.
No, she's a war mage. War mage, just like
She's an
Tetch mage.
mage.
It would have been something where she'd be like, when I grow up, I want to be like that. And then they'd be like, no, you're not allowed.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, you can't learn that. You're a sorcerer.
You're only allowed to to follow Devaja thing and
Go do
just
divine
this.
things. Go be
Go
divine
and
or
heal.
something.
Go and do this. Go and be a pilgrim.
Alright.
Go, have fun.
We
I would
need
like
to deal
to-
with the situation.
I would like to walk up to Morgana Ghislaine, and if she is still sitting, I will kneel down, and I would
I
like
really don't
to
think
whisper
that we should
something
do
in her ear.
Sweet nothings.
As you,
Please, guys.
who you going to? You going to Morgana?
Yeah, I'm going.
As
to
you're
Morgana.
approaching her, it's like she goes into a stance of like,
Like I told you, get up on the light on fire.
And I wish to say something very quietly, so that no one else can hear.
all right.
This is like, you're doing this in front of everyone, so this is obvious as hell, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredibly.
Okay. Detect thoughts.
Go ahead. What are you?
Sorry, but nobody keeps secrets except
What are you
me.
saying?
I keep some.
Well, in that case, I guess my Monaca can ditch, but I'm not sure if you're familiar with Zavash the Butcher of the Scarlet Spear.
She like quickly looks at you. It's like quietly you just hear. No, of the spear, I'm not particularly in the know of who's in charge at the moment. So,
I was a general to Zul. I recognize a war. I recognize a soldier when I see one. Give me your orders. Sorry for being very polite.
Osiris, are you flipping between the two?
Oh, yeah.
You just hear, Duty is to protect my daughter.
Orders received. And I move back.
And Clara's just like, so the care house.
Yeah.
So it's like Clarence is going for a bit. He's in the doorway. But
Yes. Clarence, do you have
Cool.
any recon for me?
A little bit, yeah. Caretaker's taken over about a month ago. She points to Morgana, came away down the smoke. She knew who I was from the past, so I brought her here.
Oh.
Haven't been able to find any information, or I found some information, but I can't get it out to my boss. It's difficult, you know. But I suspect that we can't even do anything with the news about the Empire going. Nathaniel and the caretaker have changed a bunch of positions of high leaders, a bunch of noble lords that we think aided him in attacking. He's about to fill out the last couple now, so he can return back to his previous duties.
I don't understand. Is he under mind control, or is he...
Both, maybe. Nothing. He's been learning magic from him, under orders from your father when he first went into his coma. His official statement is that he's just a close advisor, someone like Archie.
Xavier organized him to learn from him?
No, that was just the last orders that we heard from. When a man steps out and says, "The king has told me this," a lot of the rank and file will just agree with him.
That's the truth.
Did
feel
your
like-
guards... Sorry.
It's alright, go. You go.
No, go ahead.
I feel a lot better knowing that you're here and there's at least someone working towards something, instead of it just being completely... completely... There's just no one there to help. It's good to know that people are still fighting.
We're trying, can't really fight. Don't have anyone on our side. We've got some clues and ideas of what to do, but we don't know who to go for. There's rumors that some of his upper leaders weren't happy with the scenario and the things they were given. They might be able to aid us, but they're not people I entirely trust.
How long do you think you can hold out?
We're not hiding. They don't come to the smoke. No one's looking for me. They're gonna play it off like Xavier's played off, that I'm incorrigibly ill and stuck in my bedroom. Me being hidden is only beneficial for them. They're not gonna actually look for me.
We are going to help with this. It might take a while, but we are going to help.
Gives a nod.
We could act as a go-between. That way you don't have to necessarily associate yourself with people you don't trust, and
With a mark on our heads, I feel like that's going to be risky at the moment.
Where are you going after this?
We are planning on going to the Concordant. Cyrus has some business there. I was going to suggest we head to Telnerus, to Archie.
Telneros will be swarming with eyes. We'd be caught within seconds.
If we can sneak in by a boat, get smuggled in somehow, I feel like the Concordant would be the best place for that. We can organize something with Archie, we can get through that.
Knowing the man, he's probably stationed himself within the kingdom, in the upper echelons, so you'll have to try and sneak into a castle unless you can contact him beforehand. If you're going to the
We can contact
If you're
him.
going to the Concordant, if you want to try and get allies for this endeavor, there's rumors that the Baron in Tide's favor didn't exactly get what she wanted out of everything here.
Okay. Tide's favor. We can do that.
Clarence is like, so, looks at Osiris. Concordant. Yeah?
Yes.
You're finally acting on that, that bit of information I dripped you. What? Looks like a wrist that has nothing on it. 3 months ago?
Not
4-ish?
exactly. Not exactly.
Ah, that's no fun. If you'd like
Perhaps
to
while
know,
I'm there.
I'd recommend looking into stuff while you're there. If you want to know in this current situation, let's just say your friend's influence hasn't gotten any weaker. Turns out they also have a few friends. And it's only really made things easier for them.
See what happens.
If you're swinging up,
But I'm not going back.
if you're swinging up to Tide's favor, if you feel like getting information, she might be there, she might not be. I'd check out the estate either way.
What was her name?
Samara Redfang.
Your friends privy to your private life, Osiris?
For the most part.
Alright. Want to make it simple, quick summary for all of you. Samara Redfang is you could say, lieutenant for the Rahanai cartel. At least, we believe so.
Can I roll a history on that and see if I recognize the name?
Yeah, totally.
May
Anyone-
I also roll a history?
Yeah, anyone can roll
The
history if they want.
organization or the woman?
The organization.
Yeah, the woman.
I was more interested in the Samara Rig thing.
You, Selena, and people who live in Ghislaine could roll about specifically Samara if they'd like, but everyone else would just roll on the organization if they care about it. And Terra, if you don't want to roll on either, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, no, Terra is way too dumb.
If you wanna,
Yeah. You don't
if you
know
wanna roll,
shit.
go ahead, Sam.
Nah, I grew up in the woods with Summer Fae. I was taught.
You know what
crap.
mushrooms are good to eat and what aren't.
Selena, with your check, you know that Samara Redfang's a very prevalent merchant in Tide's favor, often trading goods from the Concordant to things. So she's based from the Concordant, but she's a well-known merchant that comes to Tide's favor probably a couple times every 3 months.
She has like a full estate in Tide's favor, a full estate in Tempest Bay that supports her operations in like massive trades between the areas. She oversees like a lot of the import of medicinal herbs and goods from the Concordant into Ghislaine. She basically one of the biggest names in trade for that particular.
When I said
relationship.
Tide's favor before, I meant Tempest Bay with the Baron. By the way, I forgot.
Yeah.
I get the names.
And with a 16 Xavier, you know the Rahanai cartel, not super good people.
They show up a lot in eye reports, people like looking into information about them, trying to find more. They're a group of organized criminals who are very big into drug trafficking and stuff like that.
Would they have had any dealings with Zul?
You
Not
not
that
being
you know
aware.
of.
Okay. I've got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Has your sort of militia of guards or whatever always been dressed in common clothes, or is this a race?
The ones in the market district?
Other than the smokes, I think I saw a few there.
There's no guards in the smokes.
The market.
Market district,
technically not part of Gizland
Yeah,
City.
there's a lot of merchant
It's,
lords run the place there.
Bit of like self-governing kind of situation.
They obey the laws of Ghislaine, but only to the extent that they can. There's a whole separate law system down in the market district.
And as far as eye rotations, how often do you get those in?
Clarence, like, this is a capital city. There's a station here. People are sent here to work. Just as bad as like going to the Empire and having a station there. It's just the normal thing. There's a healthy number of them, if that's what you're asking. Which means you should all stay hidden.
I should probably check on Christine. She's prone to rushing off.
And outbursts.
Are you keeping an eye on it?
What was that?
That was probably not meant for that.
It'd be nice to talk later if you'd like.
If you wish to talk, we can. I don't mind.
Selena nods and walks out to go find Christine.
Do you happen to have a... Sorry.
No.
I was just gonna say, do I have to roll like a perception for that one? Because is she hiding?
It's entirely up to how far Christine chose to run, but it's not like she has very far she can run. She can
I
run to the
wouldn't have
end of a
ran too
hallway and
far.
then there's a locked door, so...
Yeah, it would have been the end of the hallway basically, and just like sitting in like the corner of that like doorway.
Which Akfa's been there for a little bit ahead of time. Did you, before Selena rocks up, is there anything you would like to do, Sam?
Not really, no.
Fair enough.
You just been chilling there near her?
I don't have much to say, it's just keep an eye on her really, make sure she doesn't, try and comfort by being near, I guess.
You can see as well that she's basically struggling to breathe a bit.
Oh, good.
When I like approach, because I'd probably say Akfa first and be like, aha, here we go. I
At
just
the very
like-
least, the most you can do is offer a hand if she wants something to, like, I don't know, bite.
She probably
Selena
like,
would look.
holds it.
Selena would look to Akfa and just like, be like, thank you. Are you okay? No, that's a stupid question.
Just immediately like shakes her head.
I get the like the pendant necklace thing out. What is it? Is it a necklace? I always figured, is it earrings or a necklace? I think it's necklace.
The music?
The music.
It's a necklace.
And like offer it to her.
Just shakes her head again.
Nods, puts it away.
This,
There's a lot
this
going
is...
on. This is too much, I know. She's not going to hurt you. If anything, she offered to help. Strange. This is probably the most words I've spoken to her my entire life. She doesn't mean you any ill will. None of this is your fault.
Well, it is. I knew he wouldn't want to see me. I knew it.
I'd say give him time, but I think
You can't
talking
give time
wouldn't
to
hurt.
that.
He is alive. Different form, yes, but he is alive. We all worked to get him back. It wasn't just... It was everyone. We all did it. You did it. You made a mistake. We all make mistakes. It was a big one, yes, but we fixed it. Sure, he's not a kobold anymore, but he lives and he breathes, and it looks like he's doing well for himself. honestly, it looks like he's doing even better than he was before.
I don't know if I want to go back in there.
You don't have to. I'm just letting you know that she doesn't mean you any ill will. And she said that she's willing to help.
The breathing kind of still pretty rapid, is like calming down little by little, like as conversations go along.
She also said she probably wouldn't want to bear witness to your mother, but I think it's more of a she'd prefer to speak to her when she has her mind returned to her. She's honestly a very sensible person. And she has a lot of other things on her mind at the moment. Like her only son being possibly mind controlled, and her kingdom being taken from her.
Did I make a mistake wanting to come here?
No. In fact, it's worked out a lot better than I thought it would. We have contacts. We have a very powerful person who is offering her help. We have those guys. She sort of like gestures to the room.
At this point, the silence has faded from them, and you hear them all just being like, "Who's gonna fight against oppression? We will!" And they're like just chanting together.
Okay, I take that back. Don't.
Like slightly
Bro,
lifts from that.
A slight setback, but you know, we have a lot of people here who can help us, so we can do this. We've also possibly, when we get to is it Tides Bay or Tempest Bay? When we get to Tempest Bay, Morgana's asked if we can possibly get in contact with someone who can help, so she can get numbers to help with the situation here. So we're not just leaving it in the lurch. We're not just going away without doing anything.
He nods.
Things are looking up. It doesn't look like it right now, but things are looking up a lot better than I thought they were over the past week. Honestly, it felt pretty horrible suggesting that we even leave my family. I know I'm supposed to let that stuff go, but he's still my brother, and my father, and my mother.
Nods. Like a bit softly with that one. Are you sort of like kneeling down, like to sort of talk to her? Because she's like
Yeah.
sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I would have like gone down to like a sitting on, basically like sitting on my knees on the ground, just sort of like a little bit away from her to give her space.
Like to the side of her or to the front of her? Sorry, I misheard that.
To the front.
Okay. I feel like she'd probably like take that sort of little like move forward and just like probably just move in and just give like a hug because she's like just still struggling.
Yeah, she'd have back.
And it's like not any words are said or anything like that. It's just probably at this point tears. The breathing's slowed down to something not as much of a panic attack, but yeah, just the grip is tight. She's shaking a lot. It's kind of a bit of a sort of throwback to when we were first back into Ghislaine again, in a way.
Yeah.
She's
just kind of reiterates like everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay, sort of.
and she just nods and just says like very softly like I'm so sorry.
You don't have to apologize for anything.
Doesn't say anything afterwards.
I'm willing to scene skip the rest of that for someone
Yeah.
else.
He cuts back to the room where the others are all Morgana's now moved to the table in the middle of the room and has laid out some information. And she's just like, the different gangs in the city are going to be causing us all problems as you try to get around. If you want to get to the care house, you're going to want to go here, and just point to the map, and it's that's the area where the care house is. It's the what the fuck's that called?
The streets.
The
Streets.
There. Now, luckily, it's not that far of a walk through the Golden Roads, and if you can ask Clarence a favor, and Clarence yeah, I know, it's got a bit of a deal with the muddy coins, so if you don't go being a bit stupid, you should better get through here without too much of a problem. Now, the sluice streets are, well, they're not exactly the safest areas in the city, and given all the small gangs fighting over it, who knows what could happen. You could get ambushed by a random pack of thugs thinking they can shake you down for money, or you might walk through completely scot-free and just walk up to the care house without anybody even
As soon as you get to a certain blockage around the care house, there's no fighting. Locals don't really care for gang wars involving near the care house area.
They don't care for the care house.
No, they care a lot.
Funny pun. As a
Care deeply about the care house.
Except the last group that tried to push in on the care house's territory were found severely beaten and tied up to the street poles.
Oh.
Those who live near the care house do not like others fucking with their situation.
You know what, that's fair.
The other side, you have Soot Row. The Ashwalker's there. As long as you don't cause problems, they'll let anyone pass through without a fight. But if they tell you somewhere's dangerous in there, listen to them. There's a few things still wandering the wreckages over there that not everyone wants to handle. They've chosen to do it, so hell, let them.
If you can avoid it entirely, just don't go into the cleft. Bunch of rumors been springing up the last month as well. Some weird fucking thing. But general chaos is there, but if you want to take a boat out from there, you'll have to go through the cleft to hit the salt.
Unless you want to spend a few hours looping around the entire city, the cleft is the fastest way through. But yeah, it's also the thickest area of the smoke. And then there's the salt. Hopefully, you shouldn't have to go there. As well. Why would you? It's the other side of the damn city. There's nothing in between. There's nothing there that could interest you with the care house. Only real thing there is the Salt Bloods, and frankly, they're just a bunch of
You
idiots.
don't particularly want to go there if you want to deal with the Opasa Cyrus, the Rana cartel. Also, they're there, so just walk up to Tide's favor. Tempest Bay is my honest to God thing you should do.
Yeah, that's a basic description of the situation. So,
What about inside the building?
the care house itself?
Hmm.
Well, all we really know about that is that Aranel's not there.
From a few sources I know that there's a couple guards on each of the floors making sure that you can go up to them if you want. If she's what you say she is probably on the highest level in the incurable inferium. But that top floor is like where the doctors are and shit. Not many people get to go up there.
And there are more than a handful of guards that he keeps in the area to deal with unruly patients who have gotten a bit too aggressive. Or, to protect the stores of stocks for the sick and the weary, depending on who you ask. Either way, it's to make sure no one goes poking around where they're not wanted.
There's a back door for wagons and stuff to deliver goods, but it might be the best way to sneak in, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. That sort of section's really not explained. At the tip of a worker there, decent amount of coin, that's all I got.
It's an
At this
entrance,
point-
and it's better than walking in the front door.
At this point, could I be able to sort of make our way back into
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if Christine goes, I go.
Yeah. Just sort of shakily moving into the room, seeing that like sort of discussions are happening. She's just gonna move into the corner and just sort of stand there, just trying to sort of
No.
be like everything's alright.
She sort of turns a bit to you. Christine's like, not sure if you heard before, but finding a mother may be difficult, considering what magic this man casts.
In your
Nods.
professional guess, professional? I think it'll be right. Screw it. Would you reckon that she's just masked with this feeble mind that we're pretty certain that she has, or do you reckon there's more obscuring things that'll make it even more difficult? I think you mentioned true polymorph before.
So, that's a fun one. I was able to do some digging as I was on my way out of the castle, and by that I mean I punched a man in the face and broke into his office. All I was able to learn before I had to flee fully was that yes, there are multiple ways they like to obscure their people. And that breaking their minds was one of them, and then altering their appearance was another key one to stop anyone from being able to locate them either way. Unfortunately, I don't know a lot more about that. Apparently there was more they were keeping hidden, even from...
You seem to be a holy man. She looks over at Xavier. Unluckily, your divine
Yes.
sense won't work if she's been polymorphed.
I'm very well aware of that.
My knowledge about polymorph is very limited. So this might be a dumb question, but I know that whatever items you have on your person gets morphed into the form. Are you still able to track those items?
She
It depends on the situation. If they're still a humanoid, maybe, but I don't honestly know if they are allowed to have items. No one's been able to get up into that ward. Hell, we've had a few of our, Clarence has had a few, I've had a few informants get into this chaos itself as, sick or the injured, but no one's ever gotten past the second floor. Turns out even someone acting like they're a bit foggy in the brain and unaware isn't able to lie their way up a third flight of stairs.
Do they still take in people to work there voluntarily?
There was a... Speaking of that, actually, and she flicks through something.
Yeah, we've had
So,
a month ago there was a whole thing that happened with the care house. You would know. You went to school. The internships happened. So a bunch of people got to work there, caused a commotion, some sort of robot demon fucking Warforged thing run amok.
Huh?
yes, and after that, they haven't really brought on a lot of new people. There was one fellow they hired as new guard, but that's been it. Even with Aranel being busy, apparently, he's left instructions for them to maintain their current staff and workload as best they can.
So basically they've got the 5 head doctors acting like him periodically, making sure that there's no change in the peace there.
This is going to be difficult.
So
Yes.
they'll be working a specific rotated shift. Would there be a point in which the numbers would be at lowest and easier to sneak in? I'm assuming at night, but
Unfortunately not. As the Chaos operates 24/7, or 24/10, there's no point in which they've had less people. There are points actually where they have more, ironically, as the new group of guards show up well before the last group leave.
There's no point of skeleton crew then.
Unfortunately not. Even into the middle of the night, they've still got a full contingent. As they always say, people are coming all times of the day and night to get help from them. Have Charity.
Oh yes. Okay.
Question, DMs.
Yep.
So, being from the Bar College, which is undoubtedly like party central, would I be aware of any sort of holidays, gatherings, any sort of like significant event that might take place within the next expanse of time?
Well, let's look at the calendar. AJ,
The calendar? What am I looking at?
Yes, calendar.
whether there's any big holidays or anything coming up soon.
Solar's Pass is in 2 weeks' time. Unluckily, you've gone through Prate, which is one of the biggest. Like, it's not really a celebratory month, but it's a month of study in Ghislaine, especially.
Important month.
But
Looking for an event that really, like, whether it gets the people going because it's like, yeah, this is a big thing, or...
Solar's Pass is one of it. It's the transition of one of the planes to the other planes. It's a big, like, it's time for harvest before winter comes, so a lot of farmers are good for that. So probably like a small little, like, carnival-esque thing down in the market district with a lot more supplies and foods being sold, but nothing really big citywide thing.
Yeah, it's
But it doesn't have to be citywide because it's in the smoke district, so...
so So's Pass is the kind of like, it's like harvest festivals where it's like, it's very, very big event for like farming towns and villages and stuff like that. It's still celebrated a bit in big cities where like, oh, the last crops are coming in before winter, like, but it's not like a massive affair. Like, yeah, there'll be some jubilation and drinking and like feasting out in the merchant ring. There might be some in the smoke, but not a massive amount. Like in the inner city doesn't really care much about it.
Yeah, you think of Solar's Pass, and it's like, we thought of that, but given the time frame, with only a few more positions he needs to set up, he'll probably be back at the care house by then. You probably have to the end of next week, not to put you on a huge time frame.
And then Tsunami, like Garrett's just like, we could just do what we did last time. You guys provide a distraction. We'll just slip on in all stealthy like and just wander on up there. What are they gonna see?
A bunch of idiots walk into the care house, demanding...
We broke into the gear house. No one even saw us. In and out. Like
What are you gonna do?
ghosts. Improvise.
Just stares at them, like, you see, like, just full eye contact, stare at them. Garrett, like, stares back for a second and then gets a little uncomfortable with her just staring at him. And then at one point he just looks away.
He looks like, yeah. So, like, just turns to someone else, like this, like, he's like, I was gonna talk to them anyway. So yeah, if you need the help, we're all here to assist you. We agree with the message of the chaos, free health to everyone, but still, why are all the doctors magic users?
You see, everyone...
Why do all the doctors have doctor degrees? I don't know, man.
Everyone
It's
who sees, everyone with a perception score that's not negative, you just passively, you just see another wrinkle form on Morgana's head. She's been dealing with these people for a while.
I like
I'm
the idea of
so
just
sorry.
another grey just sort of like popping up.
I pull out a book and I start trying to formulate a plan.
That's fair.
These guys sound pretty smart.
How well are
Don't have a
these
negative
guards
one.
trained?
Oh,
That was a question I want to ask.
Mhm.
And I ask said question: how well are these guys trained? As in the guards at the care house.
In the care house, well, they're better than the average guard you'll find up in the rest of the city. You might. I don't know if you've been around here, Redman, but anyone in the Spark District or above you meet is going to have some form of magic, even the most minor kinds. The care house is no exception. They do hire a few of their regular guards from trustworthy people they believe are trustworthy in the smoke, so you might not have all magic there, but it's not a minorly sought after role. There's quite a lot of clout for those who work in the care house, and they tend to attract some of the more devout followers.
Paladins, warlocks.
No, just people who believe in the caretaker's message.
Has a message. Okay, we know that.
What I'm saying is, they're not the guards aren't the kind of people you can bribe. They're also not the kind to just let you do something that is against the rules there without investigating thoroughly, as they're there to maintain the peace in that area, or else what's the point of the establishment they run?
There's also
Do
that.
we know the locations of where they rest? Do they rest on site or do they rest somewhere else?
No one, they don't live there.
There's that other thing in the basement, but that's a drastic thing. I wouldn't do it.
What's the thing in the basement?
A few months ago, they had a large amount of artificers come and work on something in the basement. At that point, you just hear from upstairs Nerissing coming down. Oh yeah, I heard about that. They made like a 40 to 50 gauge file system down there.
Record scratch. A what?
It's a big block of files. Used to power something, not entirely privy to it. I just know that Fileworks were very into the construction of this thing. Essentially, it runs similar to just a big old vat of the energy, but just split up into smaller files.
And I assume it's not exactly stable.
I don't know, it took a lot of people. I think half the staff went up there.
Well, this is sort of the technology you specialize in, is it not, Nerissing?
I mean, yeah, I made this, and he pulls out, like, behold. So, file swords and short swords, right? Like, that makes sense. But I was like, file dagger. And they were like, the mechanism is too big for that, you stupid. And I'm like, no, it's not. Just remove the pommel. He shows it. It's like, now some of you who are martially and arcane trained are questioning, hey, doesn't the pommel provide a nice counterbalance to the dagger so it can be thrown? And isn't throwing files in midair volatilely dangerous? Well, the answer is, you're both right. And I didn't think that far ahead.
So in your educated guess, what would it be catastrophic or just a failure if it were to be overloaded with magical essence? Like pure magical essence.
I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie, I've only been doing this for a few months. I know a bit about files. That thing was more complex than even a lamb burner was. And a lamb burner is not easy to make.
I pull my file flute out and I hand it to Receive. Do you wish to study this for the night? Because I don't think we're going to be doing anything immediately.
Yes, and he just takes it.
Yeah, let's go.
That's the answer I
Wait.
expected.
Do you need it back in one piece?
Either it in one piece or you in multiple pieces.
Fair deal.
Here, you can have this. He gives the dagger file to you.
It's a bar for the night. Okay, I'm going to work on this. And he like looks at everyone and just turns and walks without saying anything and just starts playing the flute as he walks off.
He's not improved.
That is shows.
But he has expertise, AJ.
No, he's
Yeah, you
real.
can't
He's moved his expertise.
But that's all the information we can gather for you. Sadly, it's... If you're gonna destroy a country from the inside out, it's a good place to hide, because no one knows shit about where you are. If you want to look for particular patients, I'd consider either looking in the archives or his office himself. They're both on the 3rd floor.
That'd probably be the easiest thing to look for. If you don't know what they even look like.
I hate to say it, but a distraction would be really useful. So she sort of looks towards the like what do they call it
Tsunami.
again?
Tsunami.
Yeah.
Tidal
They
wave.
immediately strike a pose.
Like fucking the Ginyu Force.
No.
The 4 of them strike a pose. It is underwhelming.
Oh.
We're filled with disappointment.
At least, like, if you're gonna do a pose, make it.
If you
like,
need a
Oh,
Yeah.
they think it's great.
if you need a distraction, where are your guys?
Bro, I can like... He like looks around. I can hit something. He's like, he can hit something.
You could pretend to.
I could make a large donation of gold to my family's name.
That would also work. We can't be conscientious objectors to the oppression they are providing there and are using money to assist with the integration of the lower classes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be
Yeah.
sassy, but I can't.
Yeah.
She gives like a sort of like a look.
You know,
like,
for
that
some-
was an idea. Oh, don't judge me.
We will provide you a distraction. It will be the best distraction you have ever seen.
Well, you won't.
I mean,
Well, if you're providing a distraction,
But boss, they're not gonna see us.
You'll provide the best distraction we'll never see.
Exactly. Spicy Red knows the truth. You won't see us, but you'll
I
hear.
don't want to hear you anymore.
And that's
She
the next
just clicks her fingers again, and Salas goes around the tsunami people.
He just keeps like mouthing like he's talking, like gesturing with one hand around the room, really wide-eyed, like is saying something incredibly important. No one can hear anything.
Good.
I'm just nodding along, pretending, and I will say, I like those guys, but
Someone has to.
it seems incredibly foolish getting them involved, but like I said, it's a distraction.
It's also a liability.
do you know if there's any magical protection around the building?
I imagine so.
Well, given the interior of the building seems to push all the smoke away, there's definitely some kind of magic.
I also know that at a certain point, I don't know if it's his office himself or somewhere on the 3rd floor, there's things that can block certain magic. I felt that when my disguises went off in the first place.
Oh, that's right, you were inside. You saw your
I was
mother
in the
cell.
office. No, I did not. I held her key.
That's
Do you
good.
remember what it
We're gonna
looked
need
like?
something to get through a key. I think I do have knock with me.
Did it have a numbering on it or anything distinct that you might remember? I'm assuming they have to keep the keys somehow coded.
Yeah, you remember, Christine, like it was numbered.
God, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I
them
think
from the
you can
show.
roll a history, but I'd say with disadvantage. Like even though the
Hell
the
yeah.
modify memory is gone, it's still hazy.
It's also
It's
been
more
like
so the
a month.
Yeah.
I would like to use one of my Fey gifts to give her advantage.
How?
Can't figure it out. I'm
Physically,
going-
how do you help her remember things?
I will start talking. I'll put my arm on her shoulder and I will start.
No.
Just walk me through. Walk me through what you did and what you saw. Just
It,
walk
like
it up.
immediate, like instant, like hand, like off, like to flick you off. Like, do not do that.
Just give us some space.
You know, disadvantage. But this is a pretty important and like big thing that happened.
Go ahead.
History, you said?
Yep.
Oh, just average.
You can use your favor by the gods.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
14.
Rated ability.
Okay, so you're 14. With a 14, unfortunately, it's months ago. Do you remember where the key roughly was? Like where he kept the keys? Because he just like took it off the wall and handed it to you. But you can't
Yep.
remember the number that was on it.
Fair enough. Yeah, just sort of, she like tries her best to try to think about it. Immediately, just sort of doesn't like thinking about it, and it just kind of like opens up her eyes, like, I just can't.
It's been a long time.
The
Just
key-
a
the
question.
key
Did
was-
we? Sorry. You go.
The key, it was just in my hand, and I barely looked at it before he told me, and then I dropped it immediately. I didn't really look at it.
I mean, you use modify memory, and it's been months, so it's okay. What was I gonna ask?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I've just got like goldfish brain. I was going to ask. No, it's gone. It's okay.
Sorry.
You went first. It's all good. I cut in.
Oh,
Well, it's been a long day. It's good to meet you all. It's nice to finally put well, some of you I partially recognize from the last time that my daughter was in Ghislaine, though I didn't have a chance to talk to her that time. Nor meet any of you. So, if you prefer, it is rather average today. I'm going to have something to eat, and then I'm going to go to bed. And in the morning, we're probably going to either do something stupid or prepare to do something stupid.
That's accurate.
Sounds about right.
Sounds half the course, if I'm honest.
I feel like that's what we've been doing for the past however long.
Just a nod from like Christine.
Trust me, it's very similar to fighting in a battle.
Been a fair few of those as well.
Been around a while.
A couple of times or maybe more.
Can everyone please stop flirting with my mom?
I wasn't! I was
Yeah,
flirting with
bullshit.
Darian.
Yeah,
the one
bullshit.
person who would never flirt is Osiris in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I'm technically not flirting. I'm
It's
just
not
stating
flirting with me.
facts.
Well, have fun planning. Try not to burn the place down. She looks directly at Tsunami when she says that. Try not to blow the place up. She looks at Christine for a moment and then also at Tsunami for that.
Oh.
Try not to kill yourself, looks at Nerisian.
And, well,
Help me now.
if anyone would like to talk, looking directly at Selena, I'll be in my room. If anyone else would like to talk, leave me alone. She walks off.
Fuck off.
so yeah. This is the team.
Yep. I'm writing down things that we can maybe do.
I've never been more proud of Tsunami.
to
We've never
something.
gained this many members in one day.
Still not a member.
I like your attitude.
This is
You
why
gotta make
don't
your
have a
own.
girlfriend.
You gotta make your own path.
You're gonna make employee of the month, and we don't even follow that.
Oh, but we have our own group now.
Wait, employee of the month?
Oh,
do we
yes.
get benefits? Do we get pay?
Who wishes to do the honors and tell Tsunami what we're called?
I think
I
you
don't
should.
even speak.
We
I
go
mean,
by the
you are the founding father, after all.
It's weird.
Xavier already said it.
It is? I mean,
As Clarence
You
as
can
Clarence looks at the lot of you and looks over it. So I've got some scouting to do. Last time I talked to my boss, he said he made an offer. I'd like to reiterate that still stands.
And DM tell player, because player doesn't know what DM.
Can join the shroud if you want.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Last time you said maybe, pretty much.
Thinking about it.
Downside to it. Yeah. I think it's
Downside is being a part of political bullshit.
Gonna
But guess
happen
where you
anyway.
are?
You're already in political bullshit.
At one point, around level 8, the party goes from not being part of the government to being associated with the government or being its own government. So it's
Yeah.
inevitable.
As he's gonna head out, you see him all. You all know he just switches forms into like a female Genasi woman, wearing very skimpy clothing. Makes his way out.
Like he literally changes. He's still wearing the generic browns and blacks, but just in front of everyone, he starts just taking off his clothes. And then underneath, it's like very skimpy lingerie and stuff. And it's like, all right, I better get to work.
I'm sorry, did you say Clarence
Yeah.
does that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw him do this last time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I know.
don't remember.
So last time it was
Tiefling.
a tiefling woman.
Oh,
Sort of confused, but then kind of shrugs. In response to Afro as well. Honestly, I heard stories, but let's just say we didn't talk.
He pokes his head back in. Yeah, if you want to sleep here, there's extra rooms. If not, good luck. He leaves again.
If we
Alrighty.
get through all this, I want to hear more stories from them.
Just so we know where you guys are gonna rest up. Where are you guys gonna rest up?
I assume here it's easier.
Yeah.
There's
The
nowhere
tower
else
lasts
to
for
go.
24 hours, it'll be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's safe here as well, so you guys can easily get. There's surprising number of rooms. Like this building is like it's like they hollowed out a different building and then built out what they needed in here. So on the like, you would know on the exterior it probably looks like shit, but in here it's rather nice.
And with that, as you all find a place to the night, as Tsunami as you all like slowly go to sleep, you hear Tsunami continuing the conversation about how to make a good thing, and you just hear, and then we'll get the explosives, and you just go to sleep the best you can, listening to all of that.
I will say I want to have a conversation with Morgana, but I will do that next session because I feel like we're trying to wrap up.
Yeah, it is almost 1 a.m.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yep.
that's
Yeah, I'll do it next session.
the end of the game of today. End of the session.
Oh my
It's
God.
a long one, a lot of talky, but good type of talky. Any streamy people got streamy things they need to talk about?
See you next week. Come watch. They beat the Mountain Arc. Now what?
Did you say something, Mim? Because if you did, it was very quiet.
Oh, sorry. I just said I don't really have anything, so
Cool.
I'm all good.
Tomorrow's Hollow Knight.
I'm with you.
Tomorrow's Hollow Knight. More Coliseum. It's fun, I guess. I say that like that, but it's pretty fun. Tuesday is probably the finale of Bringus Farms if we go for as long as we did last time. We're nearly done with year 2, and then we have to think of something else to play. We've got ideas we need to discuss. Wednesday is more Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Thursday will be session 2 of our Moemon Nuzlocke, Moemon Soul Link Nuzlocke, which will be good. And yeah,
I help with that.
that's that. We're back next week for the session 1 of Guardians Rebirth. We've got 3 players here, being Tez, Darian, and Kim, Kay, with our friend Rebecca, who was in the Gamma P mini campaign. They'll all be back next week for the first session of Guardians Rebirth. Yeah, other than that, see you all.
I can't wait to not spoil it this time.
We're gonna what? Oh,
No,
okay.
no.
But we'll be back in 2 weeks' time for session 39 of Echoes of the Forgotten Whispers. Echoes of the Forgotten, session 39. What I go even for Whispers. Anyway, people need to sleep. We got to talk after stuff. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye.